Hello, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. We have a classic problem, that's why it always takes so long to get stuff going on. I can show it to you. This is a problem. No signal, and I have to figure out why. It's always like a classic, especially if you want to have a stream and everything should just work. I often encounter the problem that for whatever reason I don't get the signal which I need. But yeah, nice to see you. I shut up for a moment, try to figure it out. Back in a moment, I guess. So just, I'm there, but yeah, it's again technical difficulties. We're back in a moment. Okay, there we go. Don't know why the thing is gone now. Strange. Whatever. Welcome everybody. Nice to see you here. Yeah, of course, I have to introduce and do stuff already. When it comes to my timing, it's always a bit off. It's a bit difficult to sometimes get everything here to work. But in theory, I should have a signal now. Yeah, we got a signal, chat. Look at this, it's beautiful. I don't know why it's always sometimes so difficult to get this running. Sometimes it works immediately, sometimes it doesn't work at all. So I hope you had a good day. So welcome everybody, PG Archer, Univia Sub, Jack, even Emery is also there. And yeah, I'm late as always. I'm sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. It's just difficult right now. But yeah, also Lena Stark is there. Mark is here. Welcome. Stefan and Vezinos, welcome. Nice to see you here. Tears are also here. Black Quartz. I was thinking that I can watch the film in parallel. that's for the signal thing. Like it's not that important for you in theory, but for me it's really important. I mean, in theory I could just start the thing next time and then I try to figure it out and skip in later, but Okay, I got it. Ah, beautiful. So, scene selection. Oh, the prologue. Oh, it's so good. I have to admit, I'm really looking forward to this. Like, I think Fellowship of the Ring is maybe my favorite currently. It's not like I don't like the others, but it's just slightly in front of them, which was always different a bit. I think Return of the King is fantastic as well. Two Towers also so good. But yeah, I watch the Blu-rays. I do. But I watched it. I'm streaming here my setup, so I already have 3 monitors in front of me. One for the chat and for the streaming stuff that you need to have. One for OBS and other stuff that I bought, and one is for actually the film. So I have to kind of get this going. My setup is a bit complicated in this regard, and sometimes it does not want to recognize my PlayStation, which I use as a Blu-ray player here. Very important for the people who are maybe new to all of this. I will show you. You can see that there's already the time code, as I call it. Not sure if everybody would call it a time code, but that it is. I will press it on start, and then you see it will tick. So you have kind of an idea where we are in the film. We haven't started yet, so don't worry. It's just let you know what it is. I can't stream. Technically, I could stream the film itself. I won't do this though, because my channel will get shut down and I get in big trouble. So I won't do this. And you have to find another source to watch the film along with the stream here. And we talk a bit over it. You can sync up due to the timer. I give you a countdown, 1, 2, 3, and let's go, and then we start. I guess most of you have seen enough watch parties. We do this every year. By now people should know, but just for people who may be new to this and want to participate, this is how it works. You watch the extended edition of the Fellowship of the Ring, and we also, I can't stream it. If you watch this later as a VOD, this is not the full film, so please don't press the dislike button, like a lot of people did in the past, and complain about in the comment that it's not the actual film, because it's illegal to stream on YouTube and other platforms. I also stream on Twitch. There will be, I have a 2-disc version for my Blu-ray has 2 discs in the extended. That means there is a break in the middle of it. The break is around the Council of Elrond. There's the first break that we will say short break. I switch discs really quick. Then we continue. I show you then a second timer for also the people who have the 2-disc version, because I think, well, it's possible. It wouldn't be like there's breakfast and second breakfast, and then we have second timer. That's for the other disc because it starts at 0 again logically. So just that people maybe also using a 2-disc version or so can sync up with it. In theory, it should be somewhat similar, most versions, I don't know. But I guess if you watch it over the stream or whatever, there might be also some 1-disc versions by now. I don't know. It doesn't matter too much. I just hope everything works and we have a good time. We talk over the film. If you watch this as a VOD, there might be a ton of ad breaks in it. I remove them later. It takes time to process. Just that you people know. Is there anything else I need to disclaim before we start? I'm not sure if a watch party is a good way to watch the film for the first time, because we will constantly talk over it. I think most people here on my channel know the films in and out anyway. So there's that. I'm just watching the regular version. Also possible, I will at time give you an update on where we are in the film, because the extended edition is like 20 minutes longer or something. Second dinner, at least for Europeans, yes. Second dinner. Okay, I'll get some messages. Is anything important? No. Appreciate. Okay, awesome. Can't wait. Okay. We I think we should get going because we're already late. I would say sorry for keeping you waiting so long again. Is there anything else that needs left to be saying? I think no. The most important disclaimer, Emre in the YouTube chat says it. We are about to watch one of the greatest stories of all time. Yes, that's another disclaimer. Fantastic film, and I try to give you some background knowledge, trivia. We can talk about anything. I have an eye on chat as well. Maybe I missed something. I have both Twitch chats, a Twitch English Twitch stream, German Twitch stream, and English stream activated. So I have an eye on everything. Maybe I missed something, but yeah, I would say we just start. If there are questions, let me know. Let me know in a moment. I give you a countdown, and let me just set everything up. I need to press this button here, and then I would say we start. If everybody's ready and nobody has something to say, then also, yeah, press the like button and stuff. You know the YouTube stuff if you enjoy this so far. Maybe press the like button after we complete, whatever. So we start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. So currently we have the logo. It's kind of already interesting. New Line Cinema logo. Warner Bros. Is involved in the it's a Time Warner company, so they're kind of part of Warner Bros. I guess. New Line Cinema, in a way, we see the Warner Bros. Logo in Lord of the Rings, and if I'm not completely wrong, currently there is a lot of debate about Netflix buying Warner Bros. For like, I don't know, absurd amounts of money, like 86 billion or something like that. Crazy times, I think. Yeah, awesome dialogue. Awesome narration by Kate Blanchett here. Kind of parts. There's some parts of it that are said later by Treebeard in the book. Here we see Círdan and Gil-galad in the background. 3 rings of the elves. Actually, technically all these rings are elvish rings in their origin. I remember Peter Jackson explaining that originally they had like 2 minutes for the prologue, and there should be no prologue at all originally. They said, well, we can't do that. And somehow he had to really negotiate a lot with the people giving money. Yeah, maybe a bearded Círdan would confuse people, because Círdan's one of the few elves who has actually a beard. I think this scene where these people run away is actually from the second film. Maybe not, I'm not sure. Sounds very familiar. It looks familiar. I thought my sound is not bleeding through my earplugs, but should not be the case. Tangado Height. Stellung halten, what is it? Stand your ground, something like that. Isildur. It's kind of interesting that the film skips a bit how it came to this. So Sauron kind of attacked Gondor, and Gondor had to hold out, and then the last alliance was forged. Like, Gondor had two kings, Isildur and his brother Anarion, which is kind of mostly not mentioned at all in the films. And Anarion hold the ground in Gondor against Sauron's forces from Mordor, and Isildur went to the north to his father, Elendil, and they forged the alliance with Gil-galad, the last alliance. They camped for quite some time in Rivendell, and then came down, and Sauron pushed Sauron kind of back, or Sauron retreated. And then they went into Mordor and said, okay, we destroy you now. And challenged him. And besieged Barad-dûr for 7 years. And this is the last battle, so to say, when this happened. Yeah, so much more films filmed and produced. How do you feel about Netflix buying Warner Bros.? I don't know, to be honest. I'm not watching many series or show outside, so I'm not too deep into if it's good or bad. I think it's always bad if big companies like this acquire each other. I think that's never a good thing. It's always, in my opinion, better if they're... Like, we see this with Microsoft buying Activision, I think, as well, in the gaming scene. I would have liked if Activision Blizzard stayed their own thing and Microsoft did their own thing. How long would your prologue be? 20 minutes? At least. 20 videos. Maybe 20 videos. Maybe maybe I should give a reminder that we are live. There's a lot of things to explain. I always notice this when I make a video. I notice, okay, I have to explain that as well. And this and this. Also, it's very important in the Third Age. So this was the Battle of the Last Lines was at the very end of the Second Age. And in the Third Age, Sauron was still active. We see it in the Hobbit film, or we have seen, which we watched the last 3 weeks. There we have the side story of the White Council, which goes a long time, like hundreds of years actually in the book. And Sauron is active. We have the War of Angmar in this time, and the kin strife in Gondor, and so on. We have the Great Plague. A lot of story details. You see it in my Who is Elrond series, where we go through all of this. Many things happen, and Sauron is hiding all the time, and it's mostly his servants, the Nazgûl, who are out and doing a lot of things. Also, at the beginning, she says, I have not opened the book yet. That's kind of a sacrilege, almost. Just want to tell, because I like this so much. At the very beginning of the film, we hear Galadriel saying something, then she repeats it in Elvish. like in a whisper. I know which chapter it is. I have to find it so I can read it. It's said by Treebeard. It is in the Many Partings, I would assume. Ormond Barn, Scour, Grey Havens. It could also be in Grey Havens, actually. So, for the world is changing. I feel it in the water, I feel it in the earth, and I smell it in the air. I do not think we shall meet again. That is something Treebeard says as goodbye to Galadriel and Celeborn. Yes, the War of Angmar is after Isildur got the ring. 2000 years later, roundabout, yeah. Let me double check. I think it's 1000. Yeah, it must be 2000 years. 1006. No, could also. I don't know, chat. I've often trouble remembering times. You know, time is not my thing. Dates, remembering dates, always difficult. Yeah, 1300 it was founded. 1975 it was destroyed. The Angmar conflict, as it's called here. But yeah, it was 1356 and it ends. The final battle was 1977, something like this. So yeah, 2000 years, over 1300 years to 2000 years into the third age, excuse me. Only Chris is late. I see fireworks. We are now meeting Gandalf. So you have to maybe jump back a little bit or wait for us. You will be always a bit ahead of us. Currently, I have the scene where Frodo jumps at Gandalf, which is a mystical scene, Chad. It's simply because the height difference. Like, the difference in height for these two characters, seeing at the same scene, seeing so seamless, is like film magic. It's so well done. It's so impressive how they... like, it blew people's mind when they first saw this in cinema. And they keep going through the whole film. There's another mind-blowing scene there. Like, they have a special car for it. So Frodo sits a bit in the back, and Gandalf in the front to get the distance work. And yeah, the illusion is just perfect. It's so many techniques and workarounds and film trickery had to be explored and found to make this possible. Fantastic. Yeah, we have heard about the 5,000 watt board space machine. Yeah, so many great scenes there. They play it so well. I think a lot of the actors here, of course, Gandalf, Ian McKellen is a fantastic actor always, but I think a lot of actors in Lord of the Rings, you maybe not on your radar, and they kind of all peak in these films. So Frodo thinks about Bilbo. We see Bilbo searching for his ring. Now back to the Gandalf Frodo card. Keep your secrets. Yeah, Ian Holm played Bilbo in the BBC radio play. Now he plays Bilbo. Piggies everywhere means bait. now the kids come say Gandalf, firework. The scene where the wife of Odo Proudfoot, I think it is, looks grimly at him. He also returns to his grim face. Such a cute scene. A disturber of peace, I would love to be called that. That woman gave her husband a look. Yeah, definitely. No laughing here. This scene now, the Hobbit the third Hobbit film ends. You see it from the other side of the door, though. We haven't aged a day. I like how Ian McKellen plays this. I think they explain in the audio commentary, like the size difference also is so impressive. Now Gandalf hits his head. I think this happened by accident, and he built it into his play. But I think they reshot the scene a few times, and he continued hitting his head. I think it was not first they took the original scene. I'm not sure. Gandalf has a good reputation among the kids, definitely. Also, welcome, Lucas. Nice to see you as well. All the others who might have joined. My dream house, yeah. Poor Gandalf's head, yeah. Mountains, Gandalf. I like also how he picks up this thing from the tea can and says, "Oh, thank you." He's not some He's not some brick-headed brace girdle. Fart bottle. I like the sentence so much. Yeah, I heard multiple versions of the stories that it's like a film myth. One it was planned, one it was accidental. I don't know. I think what Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films do really well is they use a ton, and they even also have a ton of those. They have a ton of book quotes, and they use them in the dialogue everywhere. They are mixed around quite a bit, and so on and so forth, because the structure is fairly different. Like in the book, the beginning of Lord of the Rings is really long. Like from the point of Bilbo's birthday party to coming to Bree, that are, I don't know, 7 chapters or something like that in the book. That's 17 years that happened. Like a lot of stuff happened in the meantime. Peter Jackson skips through a lot of this. You brickhead brace girdle from Hard Bottle. Also interesting, Frodo at this time here is around about, like Elijah Wood is 17, 18 years when they start filming. Fatty Bolger, however it's pronounced. And Frodo is actually from the 4 hobbits that leave the Shire, is in the book the oldest. Then we also have the daughter of Peter Jackson in a moment, where Bilbo tells a story. This little girl here, kind of recognize her. You see in all the films in different ages. And also other kids of the other people. I only know her from, or recognize. I forgot her name always, forget her name. Definitely Peter Jackson kids, yeah. Fatty Bolger, Frediger Bolger, however it's pronounced. He's placed in kind of a almost heroic role. He almost went with the other 4 on the adventure to Rivendell, but he stayed up. Catherine and Billy, okay, thank you. Black Quartz knows the way. Yeah, Catherine and Billy. And they're interestingly Peter Jackson and Fran Walsh, I think she's pronounced. I would say her name wrong. It's their children. Is Arthedain spelled? It's 2 lunatics. Is Arthedain spelled? Are they doing? Or is it a pronunciation question, or is it a pun? Give us a father of Sam Gamgee. Classic. Because Dane is often pronounced Doin. Asking is a pun. Okay, I get it now. My version, Bilbo's giving a speech. Yeah, extended edition is quite a bit slower. Now, Gandalf picks the ears of Merry and Pippin, and now they have to wash the dishes as punishment for their little adventure, excursion, you could say there. I love how they say homebrew, as if all Hobbits' ale isn't homebrewed. I don't think they have an ale factory somewhere. Yeah, that's a good point. Proud feet. Now Bilbo gives a speech here. I like this scene so much while thinking. Even I have to think, what did he just say? We're now in the year 3001. In the book, Gandalf kind of adds a little flesh to this to make it appear as if he's responsible for making him invisible, and not kind of avoiding the word spreading of him having some ring, maybe invisible. Interestingly, Merry knows about the ring and that he can become invisible using it. He used it one time to hide from the Sackville Bagginses, and Merry was hiding in the brushes or something like this and saw Bilbo using the ring. So he kind of knew something about it. There was also Fran Welch and Peter Jackson as parents of Bilbo on the paintings in the background. Here, the Red Book of Westmarch, which Bilbo is writing on, he's writing. Later, Frodo kind of completes it. Well, not fully. Actually, Merry and Pippin completed, but it's a different story. But yeah, it's a good introduction to Merry and Pippin, I agree. I would have to watch this with old silent screen actors on the way to see their reactions on how far filmmaking has come. Yeah. Conjurer of sheep tricks. I like how he just packs gaps his backpack and say, okay, I have to go now. Hello. The scene is very powerful, I think. It also shows that it's really difficult to let this ring go. Actually, this is impossible. I would say Bilbo's the only one who ever managed to leave the ring behind on his own will. With a bit of Gandalf's help, of course. But this is almost impossible. Which shows what great strength of will, mind Bilbo had and how unaffected he was from it. Short roundup, all the places Bilbo goes after that. Well, yes, in the book he has 2 dwarf companions. And he definitely crosses Bree, I would argue, when he goes to Rivendell. And then he stays in Rivendell. And now Gandalf comes into the room, and in the book he's less careful with the ring, because at this point Gandalf is not aware exactly what this ring could be. He has an idea, but he touches it and sees the red eye, the fiery eye for a moment. In the book he really touches it and puts it into the envelope. At times I also have to post something into the chat, just to be safe that the chat is still working. YouTube chat is sometimes a bit messy there. I really like that in the Hobbit movie, Elrond invites Bilbo to stay there. Yeah, in the extended edition there's a scene for it, where Elrond and Bilbo talk to each other. And now Frodo picks up the ring himself. Yeah, Frodo becomes the heir of Bilbo. Keep it secret, keep it safe. Now Gandalf leaves the Shire for the people who might have to readjust. In the meantime, in Mordor, in the lands where shadows lie, plural. I'm sure that envelope will keep it safe. It has a seal on it, so I think it's pretty safe. Yeah, so in the meantime, a lot of things happen. It takes 17 years till Frodo leaves the Shire. 3018 he leaves. Bilbo's birthday is 3001. And we see also the first time a glimpse of Minas Tirith already. Gandalf riding there. And Mordor in the background. He had an interesting detail. Film fact that's kind of interesting. Gandalf crosses here. There are some cameos, I think, in the background. And he goes to the archives now. And the man holding the torch in the archive, which is maybe with all the paper not a good idea. The man holding the torch there is the same actor who plays Círdan in the prologue and also in the last film. Like Círdan is not credited. Also like how on the chair his staff, that his head is placed on it. I really like this scene. We learn more about Isildur and so on. Interesting detail. The killing of, or the overthrowing of Sauron is a bit different in the books as well. It's not very detailed, described very detailed. The ring really shrinks in size. That's something that is mentioned in the book somewhere. It could be an oil lamp, yeah, maybe. This should be Farmer Maggot, I think. He is lated 3018. And Farmer Maggot has dogs. And the dogs, it's described how the dogs kind of are scared of the Nazgul and just say, well, we'll go away. But Farmer Maggot just tells him to go away. Kind of a little MVP, even though Bilbo has not a good past with Farmer Maggot. There Gaffer Gumtree is the guy with the white hair, I think. That's the father of Sam. He also meets one of the Nazgul. So now we jump back to 3017 almost. He also says here, cheers, Gaffer. Here we have the Miller. Mr. Sandyman. I always mix up the name. And the other, who was the other man, Chat? Was this old Noakes? I like how they are kind of going slightly, like they're not standing that well on their feet after that night. Oh, interesting. It's also out of sync. Maybe my version runs slower as well. It's also a possibility that not all mechanical devices play it exactly at the same speed. Now the envelope is burned. And they make the fire check. It says it's quite cool. Also a line from the book. Daddy 2-foot, maybe. I'm synced with you, Chris. Okay, nice. It works for some people. It's always a bit difficult with many different versions. You know, it might be different. I don't know. Kind of relief with things. Okay, it's not the One Ring for a second. Yeah, it's very nice. It is indeed though strange, to be honest. Like, if you think about it and you learn the details, Gandalf not knowing that this is not the One Ring is really strange. He should have known much earlier, to be honest. Also, yeah, Gollum is captured by, is drawn to Mordor a decade ago or something, and they're captured. Then he's released and then is captured again by Aragorn, who brings him to the Woodland Elves. There is questioned by Gandalf. The questioning of Gandalf is in 3018 as well. Hey, just tuned in. Why do I have Hitchcock at the bottom right? That's my channel logo. my old one. It's not Hitchcock. A lot of people think of it. It's was kind of the inspiration, but it is a philosopher, because I'm the Philosopher's Game. So I think it's a statue of Socrates, kind of as what do you call it? I took a photo of that and kind of drew the lines. But yeah, it's my old channel logo. Then we have the TPHG for the Philosopher's Games in this kind of in the style of the Tolkien Society logo. Not Society, in the Tolkien Estate logo. Not exactly the same, but it's distantly inspired by that. It's the new logo, as you see at the top left. I've always kept this old logo. I don't know why. It's kind of the root origin here of this channel. Like in the book, Gandalf lists a lot of things what a great ring of power must do. It must grant long life. So Bilbo got long life from it. Gandalf really looked for a long time for Gollum. Sauron put, I don't know, the shadow of darkness, I don't know, something like this on him. Here we have an interesting detail. We have a sheriff of the Shire with a lantern. And interestingly, the word sheriff in its etymology is a combination of shire and reeve. He's a shire reeve, a sheriff. I always like this little detail here that Peter Jackson shows a shire reeve here. I always have to skip it, yeah. It's not much we have a little bit of description in the Unfinished Tales, but not in the book itself, in the Lord of the Rings. Therefore, was allowing events. Of the One Ring. Time was of the essence after the age of... The problem is, Gandalf does some mistakes here. Like, Frodo is almost caught by the Nazgul here. In the books, Gandalf meets Radagast, the Brown, on his way, and he says, "Hey, I bring word from Saruman. You should talk to him." And he says, "Well, okay, it's my order. I go there." And then he sends a letter to Frodo. No, he gives it to Balim and Butterburn. He should send the letter to Frodo and says, "You should leave at the end of July." This letter is forgotten to be sent to Frodo by Butterbur, and so he leaves at the end of September. And then the Nazgul already there. See, I'm not sure if this is my current video or the last episode of my video. This scene I really like, where he... In the book also they say we won't talk about this at night, we talk about this next morning in daylight. Here it's still dark outside, which fits better to it, I think, but... But only after breakfast. Yes. It's not only about the breakfast, it's also about the light, which shows kind of there's a dark power here at work, and the Nazgul are stronger in the night, and so on and so forth. So we talk about this only at daylight. It's so interesting that they always talk about the enemy. They don't even dare, even though Sauron is not the actual name of Sauron, it's how his enemies call him. It's kind of, it means, I think, the abhorred. And it's the same with Morgoth. Like, Morgoth was the name of the first Dark Lord, and it was given to him by Feanor, who cursed him and called him Morgoth. What is interesting as well in these wandering scenes with Frodo and Sam, there's one wandering scene that is not in my extended edition, at least, that is only in the theatrical cut. One of the few scenes I know. It's also a funny YouTube cut where every time they take a step forward, this scene here is played. If I do one more step, it's the farthest way from home. Yeah, in the upcoming scene, the top of the staff of Saruman looks like the top of our thunk. We're not there yet. Interestingly, these are not wood elves in the books. It is a very strange scene indeed. These are pilgrims, as we know from The Road Goes Ever On. From Rivendell, they went to the Imin Bereid, led by an elf called Gildor, an unsung hero, kind of. He helps Frodo in the book as well, and they meet and talk to each other, and they stay the night there. And due to this, the Nazgul does not catch Frodo. And they went to these tower hills, the Imun Bereid. There's a tower called the Illustirion Tower. There's a Palantir in it, and it's kind of an elven pilgrimage to see over to the west continent from there. And what is interesting is he's on his way back to Rivendell, and there they meet Frodo. And he brings message also about Frodo and his perils to Rivendell from here. They are, though, Noldor elves and not wood elves. They also here sing in Sindarin, though if they are Noldor elves, they would sing in Quenya most likely, because that's their ritual language, so to say, like Elven Latin, as Tolkien describes it. And Sindarin was the elven language of another elven clan they adopted due to reasons in the First Age, which have to do with kinslaying. And it was more their language for conversation, but for poetry and so on, they would potentially use their own Nuldurin Quenya language, I assume. And Gildor also appears in the nice Lord of the Rings card game. Beautifully also awesome. Hey, Ray, nice to see you. Came precisely when I intended to. Nice. We currently have Saruman and Gandalf talking to each other. And yeah, the staff the staff of Saruman looks like the top of Orthanc. Yeah, really great actors. Vince was allowed to probe Gandalf. Attempting to intervene and set events would not have allowed ring to drop into the lava. Maybe you can spin it like this always, but just from a perspective of a reader, if you think about the story, is some of the details are a bit strange. The chapter Shadow of the Past always feels a bit strange, with all the details that we already learned there, which has to do, it's one of the earliest chapters and sets kind of the course for a lot of background information already. And sometimes they don't align perfectly. Like Gandalf has found, at the time, 100 years before the Hobbit, Gandalf has found his Thorin Oakenshield's father, Thrain or Throin II, and he knew from this, he didn't know who he was. He later learned when he met Thorin that this must be his father, because he has a map and the key. And then he also learns kind of that he had a ring, and that Sauron must have this ring now. And then he learns kind of that the other rings are destroyed. And he knows it can't be one of the 9 rings. He knows the location of all the 3 rings, great rings of power. So it can only be a dwarven ring. And what is important here, why it's so strange in conclusion, all the rings of power, except the 1 ring and the lesser rings, have a gem. This ring does not have a gem. So, and he knows that it gives great life, so it can't be a lesser ring, as he says. So logically, it must be a great ring of power, and it can only be the 1 ring. And this conclusion Gandalf could have had much earlier, and then he could have prepared much, much better. Also here, one of my favorite film quotes. When did Saruman the Wise abandon reason for madness? This is a line that could be from the book, but it's not from the book. I really tried to find it, but it's not. But it sounds like it's from the book. It's fantastic. In the book also they don't really fight. And Gandalf can also keep his staff. Often I get the question in the comments, how did Gandalf get his staff back when Saruman gets it? Well, he does not get it back, because he does not lose it. It's a cool fight, I think. Peter Jackson said, they need something visceral, more physical or something. Now we have another little reference coming up in a moment. The chapter we are now in is called A Shortcut for Mushrooms. Or Shortcut to Mushrooms, whatever. Where the moss in the Wizard fight. Well, the moss is also a film thing. But I think you're all aware. Like how Sam just helps Frodo immediately up. Kind of helps him getting away from the dirt and dust there. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Yes, it is the thing, but it really makes it's really strange that Gandalf doesn't come up with this conclusion. But now comes an important scene. A detour, a shortcut to watch. Cut mushrooms, and that is the name of the chapter here in the book. Shortcut to Mushroom. Now get a cool little Hitchcock. We talk about Alfred Hitchcock, and the cameraman, I forgot unfortunately his name, legendary cameraman of Alfred Hitchcock, that made Vertigo with him, he invented this zoom, which is called the dolly zoom. And they use this little spooky zoom trick. Here, shoutouts to Ralph Bakshi here. This shot is also in the Bakshi films. Yeah, the DVD chapters are potentially named all after book chapters as well. But he says this in the film. A shortcut? A shortcut to what? Mushrooms. A shortcut to mushrooms. Like it's kind of they name the chapter in the dialogue. It's also called a shortcut to mushrooms in the scene selection, just double checked. Burks, the cameraman, yeah. Robert Burks is his name exactly, yes. Thank you for looking that up. Yeah, this is now a lot more complicated in the books. Like Frodo sells back-end to Lobelia Sackville Baggins and or gives it to her. And then he moves to a house in Crick Hollow, that's in the south of the Shire. And from there, he tries to secretly leave the Shire. While people think he moved out and is now somewhere else, he's already leaving. This is at the... He celebrates his birthday, basically, when he leaves back end at the 21st, I think, September, 22nd, something like that. He leaves it, and... Mary and I think Fredegar Bolger bring already some of his furnitures and stuff to Crick Hollow, and he's walking with Sam, Mary, and Pippin through these through this place, and from there they go there. The Buckleberry Ferry also appears. On their way, they go to Farmer Maggot. They meet first they meet the elves, then they go to Farmer Maggot. Farmer Maggot helps them. He brings them to the Buckleberry Ferry, and there they go to Crick Hollow, and in Crick Hollow they are attacked later, or Fredegar is attacked actually, and the others are already gone through the Old Forest. The Old Forest stuff and Tom Bombadil missing completely in the films, but makes complete sense. This jump Elijah Wood had to do in real. It's very impressive. And yeah, this Nazgul is one of the few Nazgul we know the name of. He is Kamul. Also called in other versions Shadow of the East. Kamul, Shadow of the East. Or in another version he's not called Kamul, but the Nazgul with the same function as him is called the Black Easterling. So the assumption is there that he's an Easterling in origin. And now they're already in Bree. They skip completely over the Old Forest, getting trapped, saved by Tom Bombadil, sleeping in the house of Tom Bombadil, going to the Barrow Downs, getting the Barrow Blades there, and then from there they go to Bree. Complicated matters here in Bree. There is Bill Fernie. We see him in a moment. I also have to, as said, kind of post into the chat at times to see if it's still working. YouTube chat is sometimes weird. Bree I always love. Like, it has this character, this place. Here we often see like a cameo of Peter Jackson eating a carrot. I think he was supposed to smoke something, but he got kind of sick from the smoking because he's, I think, not smoking. And he was really not well at this day or something, and then he came up with a carrot or something like that. The scene is also a bit different in the book. Like, Butterbur has a letter for Frodo, Mr. Underhill. Barleyman Butterbur. It's a strange name. In German, his name is Gerstenmann Butterblume, which is really strange. Tolkien, in the nomenclature for his book, for the translators, said he should be translated with something, a plant with potentially butter in it. Butterbur is not translated Butterblume in German, so it's Stinkwords actually. Whatever. It's actually true that he hasn't seen him in quite some time. 6 months is... Here we see now two guys looking at Frodo, and one of them is, I assume, Bill Ferny, which also appears again in the Scouring of the Shire later. I think Sam throws an apple at him when they leave and hits him at the head, on the head. Yeah, Butterbur is spelled right, I think. That fellow there, Strider. Well, the Nazgul are on their way. Sauron has his spies everywhere. There are bandits, there are wolves and so on in the woods. And later on, when the Grey Company leaves Eriador and goes to help Aragorn, things go downhill in Bree quite a bit, and people realize that now that the Rangers are gone, that suddenly people are robbed by bandits, suddenly bad folk enters Bree and brings trouble. And that was not the case before, and they understand that they were the whole time protected by the Rangers of the North, and that things were a lot worse without them. Oh yeah, we get the explanation of the ring. As a stooge, I kind of like it, to be honest, because Gandalf has kind of an idea. He often expresses that his foresight is on him. Of course, he doesn't see the path always very clear, but he's considered one of the wisest. And I think that works very well, to be honest. Like, if Gandalf would know everything, it would be... we would have no story. Also Strider, awesome character. He calls him Longshanks here. Which is interesting. I think Bill Ferny, when they leave, call Aragorn Longshanks. We can make a long argument about that Aragorn has some parallels to the history of Edward the Confessor, I think. And Longshanks is also like in the English history and so on. The Hammer of the Scots. Edward the First of England. And he was named Edward after Edward the Confessor by his father, if I remember correctly. Edward the Confessor was like still like an Anglo-Saxon king, I think. It's kind of interesting, this bit parallel. I think it's kind of accidental, but Tolkien knows stuff like this, so maybe not an accident, I don't know. A terrible guy in Braveheart, yeah, that one. Yeah, that might be. My argument is less about inside the story. My argument is as a reader from outside. Some of the decisions of Gandalf make no sense because he has the information. Like he does. Gandalf is one of the wise. He has the information, and it's really difficult to explain why Gandalf comes to the conclusion that this is the One Ring so late. Otherwise, we would not have a story. That is true. But it's really strange that Gandalf comes to this conclusion so late. It's hard to understand from a reader perspective, I think. If you look into all the text Tolkien wrote and so on, Tolkien has such a clear communication and everything is so well thought out. This is one of the few things, I think, in the complete Lord of the Rings that feels a bit off. I really like Gandalf as a character. And yes, Gandalf said he feared Sauron too much. He did not want to go as a result. And then Manwë said that's more reason for you to go. Hey, the amazing bad boy, nice to see you. Nice you could also make it. Gandalf just wings it most of the times and doesn't have a thorough plan as he follows his intuition and gut feeling most of times. That is true. But Gandalf also makes conclusion. Like the whole scene is built up as a conclusion, as a final test. We have to check this. So is it the One Ring? If I put it into the fire, does the thing appear on it? Okay, it does. It must be the One Ring because the other rings are accounted for. It is not adorned like the others. It gives long life, so it must be a great ring. And so on and so forth. Like he goes logically through this. A chapter is written like this. It's not written from an intuitive perspective. It's written from a logic perspective. And it's kind of strange that Gandalf does not come up with this conclusion earlier. Also, they skipped a bit how they got to build the pony. We have the Midgewater marshes, and from here they already see lightning in the Weathertop in the distance. We have now an extended scene here where Aragorn thinks of Beren and Luthien. Very cool that they included this here in the film, in the extended edition, it's not in the theatrical cut. If we would have found out earlier, everything might have worked out. I mean, how do you get the ring to Mount Doom with Sauron's army still all inside? I mean, he would just got earlier to Rivendell, and so Frodo would not be hurt. That's, I guess, the biggest difference of this. This gesture was also something Christopher Lee came up. I think I remember from the audio commentary. Here the stuff is a bit complicated, to be honest. This whole story is very complicated. Saruman is not necessarily a servant of Sauron. Saruman has his own plans, but pretends to be a servant or an ally of Sauron. And from the books and all the background information we know, Saruman's treachery started way earlier. It's not necessarily the Palantir. The Palantir is, I think, maybe the final step, starting to kind of talk to Sauron over it. Yeah, the transition to Isengard is also pretty awesome. There are a lot of really cool scene transitions there, PG Archer. I agree. The scene of where Aragorn sings is definitely not in the theatrical cut. The scene with the elves, I think, is much, much shorter in the theatrical cut, if it is there at all. And so on. So I think the extended edition feels really natural. Amon Sul. Yeah, so Gandalf was a few days earlier in Amon Sul. And draw 4 of the 9 Nazgul away. That's the reason why there are only 5 Nazgul attacking Amon Sul later. It's not the movie, it's a trap. It is a trap. Wait a moment, I have the perfect sound for what you described there, by the way.
It's a trap!
No, it's not the movie. I've liked this scene so much. They're just sitting there, chilling at the fire, cooking some stew there or whatever. Awesome. Amon Sul. Yeah, Amon Sul also housed one of the Palantiri. And Gandalf leaves a stone there with a rune G and a 3, I think, on it. But during the time of Arnor, and also, I guess, Arthedain, it was the middle stone, the cornerstone, where all the 3 kingdoms of Arnor, that Arnor was later split due to dissensions between the heirs into 3 sub-kingdoms, so to say, or new kingdoms, and all met here in Amon Sul. It was kind of in the middle. And Arthedain held it for long against Angmar. And Cardolan was destroyed by Angmar. Rhudaur allied with Angmar because it was kind of subdued by Angmar and the Hillmen and so on. But yeah, interesting scene here. We have only 5 Nazgul. It's not explained why there are only 5 instead of 9. But Gandalf drew 4 away. In the books, it's explained why. It's also in the books 5. And yeah, it's also different it gets a bit lost here, unfortunately. But the reason Frodo doesn't die here is he actually pulls out his barrow blade and tries to hit the Nazgul and calls for Elbereth Gilsoniel. Varda. The Queen of Stars, one of the powers in the world that kindles the stars. Very powerful entity, the wife of Manwë, king of the world, so to say. I, servant of Eru, which is God. And yeah, due to Frodo resisting the Witch King so much, hitting him, cutting his robe, his mantle, his cape, and calling for Elbereth, and so on. Due to this resistance, the Witch King misses his heart. The Witch King with the Morgul blade actually aims for Frodo's heart. And the reason Frodo survives is due to him resisting, he misses his heart and hits only his shoulder. That's why he survives here. Else the story would end here. Most likely. And Glorfindel is not here yet. Glorfindel comes later to the story. I like this thing. This was one of the first scenes, by the way, Viggo Mortensen had to film here, I think. He was not the first choice for Aragorn. Another actor said no. Yeah, Morgul blade, and the thing vanishes. The blade itself turns to dust. That's pretty cool. It's also described in the book. And now comes a cool transition scene. Frodo calls for Gandalf. Cut. We hear the echoing shout of Gandalf. Transition back to Isengard. I really like this. And we see what's happening to Gandalf. We see, Isengard, however you pronounce it, has changed quite a bit. How much longer is the extended edition? 20 minutes-ish? 30 minutes? Something like that. It's not as extreme. Return of the King is quite a bit longer, I think. Like, Return of the King extended goes really 4 hours. Full 4 hours. I can't tell you. I'm with mismemorizing numbers. What I like here on this scene is there's a little plate with crumbles of bread or whatever on it, which is kind of cool. But like I said earlier, in the book, Gandalf still has his staff. There's a vision or dream that Frodo has of Gandalf, and he sees him standing on the tower with a staff. So he must have his staff still. The moss is though new. In the book, he talks to Radagast and says he should send word to Ethan. She should ask all his friends, birds and beasts, to send news of what's going on in the world to Isengard. And this way Gwaihir comes to Isengard. It's not the moss catching Gwaihir or something. It's actually a mixture of Gandalf and Radagast that saves Gandalf here. Another interesting detail here, in early versions, potentially Tolkien had these versions, this idea still into the 40s, 1930s, definitely, but 1940s, maybe even 50s, shortly before he released the book, that orcs were born in subterranean slime and heat. I'm not sure if Peter Jackson knew this, but he uses it here to kind of explain where the orc armies are coming from, because he compresses time so much. In the books, I also like the look of Christopher Lee here, where he looks at his creation. But in the books, he has like 30 years, I think 27 years to build these armies. Like, he has a long time. Do you think that nobody would have... I mean, Glorfindel also, like, slayed a Balrog, so... What if they send both? Yeah, now Glorfindel is sent out by Frodo, and Glorfindel is sent out because Gildor arrived now in Rivendell and said, hey, Frodo has trouble, he potentially needs help, and then Elrond, shoutouts to Elrond, sends help to in this direction. He sends out his mightiest elf lords, including Glorfindel, in all the directions to search for him. And Glorfindel finds him. He also leaves like a little thing at the bridge. Yeah, here we meet Arwen. In the book, this is Glorfindel that helps Frodo this early. A powerful elven lord who once defeated a Balrog in the First Age. And we have the Athelas. Very impressive that Frodo survives this wound like for 17 days or something. It's a really long time. In the book also, Frodo rides alone without Glorfindel. Oh, now we have a nice thing here. So rude to not answer the Hobbit's questions. Yeah, it would not have made... Agreed, Mark. It's a good thing that they changed it to Arwen. It makes a lot of sense. Even though I miss Glorfindel, but it was the right decision to put Arwen here into place. I think the actress the stunt double of Arwen, who had actually to do the actual writing. Arwen, Liv Tyler was sitting on like a van or on the back thing of a truck and was pretending to write all the time. And the writing was actually done by a stunt double. And she, I think, was also allowed to keep the horse or something like this. I mean, yeah, Ixelion slew Gothmog, the Lord of the Balrogs. They both died. According to other versions, 3 more Balrogs before. That's true. I don't want to discredit Ixelion here, but I just want to point out that Glorfindel is also not a bad choice. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame for sure. There was originally planned that she appears in the second film and helps fighting in Helm's Deep, or in... here it says Nodolim Asphalos, so the name of the horse of Glorfindel is Asphalos. So the horse is that of Glorfindel here. Very fast cuts here. If you look closely, you definitely see that it's not Arwen. It's not Liv Tyler they're writing. But the stunt double. It's kind of interesting that I mean, you could speculate that the Nazgul had a bit of fear of water. Water is like a element that is free of the Morgoth element, interestingly, and they, with their dark spells put on them by Sauron, that knit their how did Tolkien express it? Let me just read it from the book. It's, I guess, easier. Yeah. Cleaving the undead flesh, breaking the spell that knit his unkneen sinews to his will. So there's definitely something on it, and the Morgoth element in water is not that high, so Nazgul don't like water. Kind of makes sense. Could see it as a cleansing element, but it's a bit of interpretation here by my side. I think there's some other notes in Unfinished Tales about, or somewhere else about, they kind of fearing water here. The horse was added to the water, like the flood was actually summoned by Elrond, and these horses in the water were added by Gandalf. Interesting. No, in the interview said Liv Taylor wanted to ride the horses. She said, "Yeah, I want to ride the horses." And no, you won't ride any horse here. Maybe one time. Yeah, maybe he bought it. I don't get the story fully. Yeah, this is definitely Black Quartz. Good point. In which book is it? The Many Partings or something like that. Is it? It could also already be in the Steward and the King and the Steward. One of the last few chapters in Return of the King. Arwen, Queen Arwen at this point, gives her place on the ship to Frodo as a gift. And it could be here, this scene particular. She also, just see if I find this, I can read it maybe. But Queen Arwen said, "A gift I will give you, for I'm the daughter of Elrond. I shall not go with him now when he departs to the havens, for mine is the choice of Luthien, and as she, so have I chosen both the sweet and the bitter. But in my stead you shall go, ring-bearer, when the time comes, and if you then desire it. If your hurts grieve you still, and the memory of your burden is heavy, then you may pass into the west until all your wounds and wearinesses are healed. But wear this now in memory of the Elfstone and Evenstar, with whom your life has been woven. Terribly read, but yeah. Here we have now Elrond, and the break should come up very soon. And we also see Arwen riding back, I think. Or another archer, I'm not sure. Another, not archer, but another rider of Lord, whatever, of Rivendell. Now we are on the scene, Many Meetings. There's also a scene, a chapter called Many Partings. One thing why Bilbo is so much older here, like in the book, 17 years have passed since they last met. So of course Bilbo is older. Without the ring, he's 17 years older. Yeah, in the movie, it's like it feels like it's 2 weeks. Didn't we see each other like, I don't know, last Monday or something? Eagle moth. What's interesting that also Sean Astin said, no, Sean Bean said he should be Aragorn. That's interesting. Yeah, he says October something, yeah, and the party was at the 22nd of September. Something like this, yes. I don't, like I said, I'm really bad with dates. I read all these dates recently and put them like in a chronological order, but forgot. Well, it's surprising after Matrix to see Hugo Weaving here as who's Agent Smith in the Matrix. We have to destroy the ring, Mr. Anderson. Isildur. I like this sentence so much. The list of our allies grows thin. Hey Alexi, nice to see you. You think he's racist? Why do you think? Because he says that the race of men is weak? I was there 3,000 years ago. The sound is not coming, but yeah, we can play it for you.
I was there.
Chat.
I was there 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's true. He finished this book in 2 weeks. Maybe not. Well, he has a point, to be honest. There's only one left. Yeah, is it? 3,000 years ago. And I said to Isildur, destroy the ring, dude. Do it. Come on. Throw it in. End it here. To be fair, Elrond was very supportive of men his whole life. Like, he has raised a lot of... No. But, yeah. He has raised a lot of young Dunedain princes in his realm. Isildur! I love this scene so much. It's also very different in the book. The character of Strider Aragorn. And then cut to Aragorn. Almost Italian shot. A really close up. With the scene where he meets Boromir. In the book, it feels in the film it feels like they are all summoned. In the book, it's different. They are coming to Rivendell for different reasons. Boromir had a dream, and his brother had a dream. And at some point, he had the same dream, and it was like kind of a prophecy, a vision. And he wanted to ask Elrond what this could mean. Aragorn just brought the hobbits there. Gandalf was also on this path. And the dwarves want to report that a Black Rider approached them and asked them about information about Bilbo. And Legolas is there because Gollum, they were attacked. Thranduil's realm was attacked by Mordor, and Gollum escaped. And this kind of starts a War of the Ring, actually. I guess the first battle is the battle where in the next film Theodred is killed. That's maybe the real first battle in the War of the Ring. In this particular war, but one could argue the attack on Thranduil is the first attack as well. Maybe I said it wrong, but I mean the Dúnedain princes, yes. It's again a Dúnedain. Now in this case, just to clarify it, Thrain or Throin or Dane or Doin is Old Norse, and Dúnedain is Sindarin. It's a different language. That the pronunciation rules are different. Because in Old Norse, the long A, often written with, I think there's an A with a circle above it in some languages, in the North, in Northern Europe, is pronounced more as an O sound. And the diacritic above the A kind of indicates it's the long O, it's the long A sound, so it's O. And the long A and I don't form a diphthong, so it's do-in, not doin, or something like this. Here we have the reference to Beren and Luthien. And it's complicated here as well. Like, Aragorn has the Elf Stone. He gets it from Galadriel, here he gets it from her, but it's white. Actually, the Elf Stone is green. And the gem that Arwen gives later to Frodo is, I think, white. It's really complicated. Like Hakan, you can also spell it Hokan. Is it then also pronounced Hokan? Interesting. Yeah, Elrond is half-elven, that's true. So he all made his choice. He's considered an elf. Even though he's called Elrond half-elven, he at this point has chosen the fate of the elves. While his brother Elros chose the fate of men and died a long time ago. He was the first king of Númenor. Originally, Elrond was supposed to be the first king of Númenor, but Elrond lent this character for the Hobbit, and then he had to kind of change this idea and gave him a twin brother. Elrond's ancestry is very complicated, yes. Ned Stark. Sean Bean's such a great actor as well. There's a compilation where he always says bastards. It's really funny. Maybe I should post it in chat. I find it hilarious. I don't know why. The German chat, we often talk about it. Not sure how I came to this. It's why I find it kind of funny. Yeah, the council scene now. Gandalf says the ring, what is on the ring, is actually written in the Black Speech. Ajnask Dorbatuluk, Ajnask Gimpatul, Ajnask Thrakatuluk, Akburdum Ishi Krimpatul. That's what's written on it. You can read it in Lord of the Rings. Like Håkan, for example, there's a popular author called Håkan Nessa from Sweden. Ah, okay, cool. By the blood of my lens, your lens keeps it. It's interesting to read in the actual in the book as well. Like he also says something like this in not exactly like this. In this regard, yeah, he says something, yeah, by the blood of my people, your borders are kept safe. Not exactly like this, but kind of. And then Aragorn gives him like a really strong answer to what he thinks about that. Also, interestingly, Sean Bean. It was one of the first scenes. He came in also later, I think, into the project. And he has to often look at the script that is lying on his leg to deliver these scenes. It's like how Elrond says this. It can't be destroyed by any craft we here possess. Gimli is also very iconic, I agree. Who are those other old men in the council? I'm not sure they are mentioned. If like in the book, Boromir comes, I think, alone. We know this scene. One does not simply walk to Mordor. My father is interested in Napoleonic history and recently started reading the Richard Sharp novels. Before Christmas, I will gift him a movie collection. Okay, that's pretty awesome. I guess kind of connected, right? To the thing I posted. Well, he knows in Rivendell it's safe. Bilbo's also missing here. It is indeed a strange choice, but I guess adding another small actor to the scene is already, they said, very complicated to film. Like from the dwarf, we know Glóin and Gimli are there. I'm not sure which company Legolas had. Lord Findel is there, and so on. From men, I think Aragorn and Boromir are there. Boromir must have come alone. I think he lost his horse. He got he met Eomer on the way. So interestingly, Eomer and Boromir have met in the past. Interestingly, I think, or maybe he met Theodoret. I'm not sure actually who he met, but he met somebody in Rohan, and he got a new horse there. And this horse returned to Rohan later. But it's not clear what happened to him. He lost his way, and it was difficult. It was really difficult for Boromir to get to Rivendell. Also, from the elves, Círdan also sent a representative. That's also kind of a book quote. Galdor, I think is his name, right? Yeah, Galdor of the Havens, a messenger of Círdan. Legolas, Glóin, Boromir, Aragorn, Erestor, and some other advisors of Elrond's household. Glorfindel, Bilbo Baggins was there, Frodo, Gandalf, and so on. Now we have the break, chat. Stop the thing. We have to make a break, chat. I have to stop the counter. So okay, now it gets complicated, chat. We are now in break time. Council is over, I think. Do you want a longer break, chat, to maybe go to the bathroom real quick, grab some snacks or whatever? Or shall I move with haste? And move with haste, I mean switch the discs. Fine with me if it's a longer snack time, okay. So people maybe want a break, so I potentially run through some ads really quick as well. I might keep the microphone open or whatever. Kind of. Maybe also go to the bathroom really quick. So I would say a few minutes break with a long film. Can't believe we're already halfway through it already. Oh no! It goes always too fast. Time flies by when the film is good. But yeah. See you people then in a moment. Tell me in chat when you're back or so I know. Fine with me. Okay, awesome. I'll do a longer break and come back later. Okay, Archer, no problem. Also, I need to give you the second timer. Let me see where my program here is. Should be somewhere here. Second disk timer. I will show it to you. I try to somewhat start them. They will slightly be delayed. It's maybe unfortunate. But yeah, for also people who have to switch disks, this is a way to go. The part where Frodo says he will take the ring, but doesn't know the way, always makes me cry too. Yeah, it's a beautiful scene, definitely. Okay. I at least managed to switch discs already. Just have to see that I get a signal again. That's always kind of up for. I will also do a longer break and go to sleep. Yeah, sleep well, Emily. Have a good night. Thank you for joining still. And enjoy the rest of the film. Yeah, we will do. You enjoy your sleep. Have a good night. See you, I guess, in the upcoming days. I know for the German or European audience it's already quite late. Yeah, also Gandalf's reaction when Frodo says that is very good as well, yeah. I always takes a moment for my thing here to read the disc. I know why it takes so long. I think I got it. Now, we have some cool stuff still ahead of us. That's now a new scene, by the way. That is not in the next scene we will see is not in the theatrical cut. That is a scene at the grave of Aragorn's mother, Gilrain. So, film is already working again on my side. That's good. Also take a short break. I shut up for a moment. Also get something to drink. And so on. So back in a couple of minutes, I guess. See you people in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption. Lakewater is also back. Welcome back. Nice to see you. Also some discussion in the chat going on. Let me just catch up really quick. Yeah, most of Fellowship don't really know what they're signing up for, definitely. That's why Elrond doesn't let them swear an oath or anything like that. In the movies, Boromir only accompanies the Fellowship. While the way is south towards Gondor. Exactly. Elrond tries to persuade Merry and Pippin to go home. Yeah, that's also true. Like, he says especially Pippin. He's very young at this point still. He says the young hobbit should not go. But Gandalf says, well, maybe he should go. And they definitely help. So it's the right decision by Gandalf. This is another example of this we talked about the vague foresight that Gandalf sometimes has. And sometimes there's not much reason behind it. These also exist with Gandalf. Gandalf is he's one of the wise, and he also knows the principles of logic, but he's also very wise that has a lot of intuition, when that makes sense. So in this regard, he works like this. As said, this is like if Gandalf has the information, Gandalf does not need intuition, you know? He's not stupid. Even though intuition is his approach. That's like we had this discussion at the beginning of the film. It's kind of weird that Gandalf doesn't see that it's a ring. And like I said, it really is strange in my opinion, because he has the conclusion he has to come to is at some point very easy. So it's always a bit strange for me in this regard. Hey, Revolverator, nice to see you. I wonder why Elrond, after sending the Dunedain south with his sons, did send out elves to watch over the Shire instead. Also snacking a bit, so I would say we start relatively soon. Like I think people are all back. People have snacks, so we start. I can also eat while we do the watch party thing, right? So is my thing here still open? It is. Where's my thing here for controlling the thing? That's here. Okay. I think it seems people are ready. I think we had a decent break. I hope you have, else you can maybe catch up. There's a time code, though. For those people with the one disc version, you now have a time code with like the main time code total will also continue. And now we get a second timer. It's comparable to second breakfast, but just with a timer. And it shows you the timer of the second disk because it starts at 0 again, if that makes sense. It's complicated, I know, but it's not my fault this time. So I would say we continue and start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. I also try to make the numbers change at the same time, you know what I mean? So it's not that annoying for you to watch. Might be slightly out of sync or whatever, but whatever. So now we have him at the grave of his mother, Gilrain, which is a very important scene in Aragorn's life. She dies at some point. He visits her shortly before she dies. Forgot the date. And she says very famous words in the book. This scene is not in the theatrical cut, so we have to kind of wait. The next scene... Oh no. I hit... the wrong button by accident. Now we have this scene with Sting. That scene you should have. Bilbo's Gifts is this thing called. Now comes the scary scene, I think, for a lot of people. Scary Bilbo time, yeah. Scary Bilbo warning. Interestingly, the grave of Aragorn's mother is not in Rivendell. It's actually with her people. She lived for the most of her life. She lived in Rivendell, Gilrain. She might have had a really good relationship with the household of Elrond and Elrond himself. But shortly before she died, she went to her own people to live with them for some time. She was visited by Aragorn, like months, maybe half a year, something like this before her death. And then classic Peter Jackson. And there she died. And she says the famous words in the law. Let me just see if I find them. I think they're in Appendix A. Onen estele dain u Chebin. I think it's Chebin. Chebin estel anim. I gave hope to the Dunedain. I have kept no hope for myself. Yeah, the Gilrain scene is not in the theatrical cut. So now we have Frodo walking forward, leaving Rivendell. Mordor, is it left or right? Left. Poor Aragorn, his tasks are just getting tougher and tougher. He already did quite a few things that some might deem impossible to this point. And now he gets the most of the impossible task. Interestingly, here we see Hollin. That's an extended scene. That is Eregion. Maybe people have seen the show Rings of Power. I know it's not also my favorite show, but there in the second season especially, there it plays a lot in Eregion, and these ruins are the ruins of Eregion. Or some ruins of Eregion, Ostinidil, whatever. Shouldn't they be that far south? They have to cross Eregion to get to Mordor, so they're a bit maybe far south, so that whatever, doesn't matter. It's kind of a reference, though. Seems like Frodo didn't really study any of Elrond's maps. No, probably not. Now they do the fighting scene where they practice fighting with Boromir. It's so cool now with the Hobbit film scene. We know who his cousin Balin is. We know Balin. In the books also Gandalf wants to go through Moria. And it's Aragorn saying, no, let's not go through Moria. I went there once, it was horrible. And you guys say, whoa, it was not that bad. I also like how the apple just rolls there. The comments are not showing up. Wait. Krebein, that are the potentially from Dunland. Spies, potentially, like Saruman is allied with the Dunlandings. Spies of Saruman, maybe. Also, yeah, that's also a good point. In the book, Aragorn already has Anduril, the Flame of the West. In the films, he gets it in the third film. But in the books, he already has his sword. He also runs around with the broken hilt shards of Narsil in the first, like before he comes to Rivendell, he has Narsil with him. Let me see if my chat still works. I like how Aragorn looks at him and has his hand on his sword. You've also the shield. Like, Aragorn is not screwing around here. Also, such a cool camera thing here. All done with miniature stuff. Completely crazy. And the Krebein give him news. In the books, it's not implied that Saruman is responsible for the storm problems they have crossing the Redhorn Gate, Redhorn Pass. In the book only it said there are fell voices. Also cool that Legolas can just walk on the snow, doesn't sink in like the others. Also one of the most iconic memes, I guess, of Lord of the Rings, besides they're taking the hobbits to Isengard, God. The Trollolol song. It's fantastic. I don't know if he had a shield in the book. It's kind of reddish, and we know that Erkenbrand has a shield in the Two Towers. A red shield. But I don't know about Boromir there. Yeah, it's finally working again. Some delay with comments. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. Yeah, music is awesome. Are they chanting in Quenya? It would make sense, to be honest. Welcome back, Archer. We also just started. You did not miss 11 minutes. You missed, kind of. Currently, the debate if they should go through Moria or not in the snow. Now, the second timer shows the second disc stuff. You also see Aragorn's ring, the Ring of Barahir. We've seen it, I think, in some other scenes already. In the books, Gandalf wants to go through the mines. I really like those mines. They're awesome. They're dark. There are terrible entities in it. There's a lot of death in it. What could possibly go wrong? I already went there in the past through it. We know when Gandalf went through it. He went through the mines of Moria when he searched for Thorin Oakenshield's father, in the year 2891, maybe? It's only that there are fell voices in the wind, so they speculate if it's by the enemy or not. Yeah. I've forgotten the implication in the film was the Istari knew it was a Balrog. Yeah, I think it was not really known what it was exactly. Why didn't this surprise me? Yeah, the fight with the beast in the lake is now next in the book. We are currently searching for the doors of Durin. Very interesting detail I only learned while making my last few videos. It's kind of a spoiler, I think, for the next video, if it wasn't in the last one. But the reason why Gollum can't get through this door, Gollum's on the other side already waiting. He was also going through Moria because he had to hide there. And he went through it. And he came to this door and couldn't open it. And I always thought he doesn't know the password. But from the inside, you don't need the password. You can pull it open, but you need 2 men to pull it open. And Gollum was alone and already weak from having no food and so on. He couldn't open the door. So it means that Gandalf and Aragorn, when they are alone, are strong enough physically to open this door from inside to get out on the other side. It's also said that one very strong dwarf could open them alone, but usually you need 2 dwarves to open it. Moria is a prime destination for vacation in Middle-earth, potentially. If Gandalf felt within a fear for his life if they weren't in there. Yeah, they would have been Gimli aren't quite friendly yet. It means they don't skip the gym days, exactly. I'm not sure when they come to the doors. I think we're already now in year 3019 in January or something like this. See you later, Bill the Pony. The parting is difficult here for Sam. But when he comes to Bree again, he reunites with Bill the Pony. And Gandalf also whispers something in his ear and gives him kind of the energy, whatever, wisdom to find his way back. There's also a walk attack at some point before Moria, but it's also not in the film. Yeah, Bill the Pony, I think it's also an extended scene, right? So very interesting here. What is happening here? Maybe it's a few too many dead dwarfs here. So Balin in Erebor under King Doin the Second Ironfoot, asks to take an expedition to Moria to reclaim it. And Dain is not happy with it, but he said, well, I can't convince you otherwise anyway, so let's just go. And for a time he was quite successful and establishes a little settlement in Moria. And then things went down after 2 years, basically, or 3 years. In the 5th year they all die. And then they stop getting messages in Erebor from this place here. And they come to this door, and the Watcher in the water blocks them. And there, Oin is killed. Oin. Who comes with him? I think he's killed by the Watcher, right? What the Watcher in the water is exactly, and so on, if it is associated with Sauron, hard to tell. Gandalf speculates because he tries to get the ring bearer. The question is it to Sauron or is it just drawn by towards the ring? Who knows? I like that weapon. Legolas has done his weapon of homework, definitely. So yeah, they Oin as Ori and Oin went with Balin here, and Balin was slain at the Mirrormere Lake. Then he went to the tomb, or was brought there to the tomb. They defended there. They had their last hold. Oin tried to break out, maybe to get help or to escape, find a route, and went to the west gate. And he opened the west gate with some people. He was not alone. He had some people with him. And he was slain, I think, by the Watcher in the water. And some of his companions returned. I think in the last stream I mixed this up. I thought Oin returned and the companions were killed by the Watcher, but it was the other way around. They were kind of killed by arrows or something there. The problem was not the orcs, the problem was the Watcher, though. Also a quote from the book. We have Mithril. It's not a set of rings, it's the code. The male code. I always, when I heard set of rings, I thought he got like rings for the fingers, you know? Like a set of rings to wear. But it's actually the male. The code that Frodo's wearing here also. Yeah, it's the prices for Mithril has went up after Moria shut down. Someone was also gathering Mithril. Now we have a dialogue that's actually from the beginning. Very iconic dialogue. That's actually in Shadow of the Past, so when still in the Shire. But it moved here. But it's really cool. Yeah, it's very funny. Hard to tell if it's artificial or not. One of the most, I would say, iconic lines in the film. In the book and also here. Moved a bit, like I said. It's in the book it's much earlier, but more important is the whole morality Tolkien writing, definitely. Also, of course, this fate thing here. You were meant to find the ring, or Bilbo was meant to find the ring. So as a result, you are also meant to find it. When in doubt, always follow your nose or something like this. He says here. Risks a bit of light. Gimli was not, like, no of the dwarves, not even Thorin Oakenshield, the oldest in the company, was born when Moria was still a thing. There was 1,000 years ago that Moria was abandoned. Like, the only dwarf who has seen Moria from the inside was Balin and his company, Ori and Oin. And now Gimli, son of Glóin. Dóin, Dane Ironfoot, took a glimpse into Moria at one point. I think this is a very cool Hobbit film effect. And now, having seen the Hobbit films, we know who Balin was. Also, it's recorded that Balin and Gandalf visited Bilbo in the Shire. The last pages on this book were written by by Ori, and they could recognize this by his writing. Excuse me. And then they were all overrun and slain. Sorry, my voice is just... I choked. But why is Frodo acting so much there if he is not hurt? I mean, he was not pierced, but he potentially still had a bruise. It still hurt potentially. Also for dramatizing. Oh no, is the ring bearer slain here? Like, it's important. We aren't there yet though. We're still extended. Would his grave have marked Lord of Moria or Khazad-dûm? It's a good question, difficult to answer, unfortunately. Tolkien was not very consistent with this information. There's information that the term Moria, which means Black Pit, is a term that the elves gave this place in a negative matter, kind of. And that they don't like it. And interestingly, though, Moria actually is written on the doors of Durin. And there's also the idea in some note of Tolkien that it was called only Moria after it was basically abandoned by the dwarves due to Durin's bane. I think cave god. So I can't give you a definitive answer to this because Tolkien wrote multiple versions of this that kind of are difficult to bring into harmony. You can stretch a bit to kind of bring it in harmony, I guess, but it's difficult. On the doors of Durin also Moria. Where are we? The doors is now is attacked. and the orcs break into the chamber of Mazarbul. The chamber of records, as it's called, translated. And now the hobbits attack as well, find their courage. First head cut off. No, I think Archer said he had also the extended edition. The total timer wrong? No. No. People. I'm careful that I don't. I jumped 10 seconds back. I'm a bit behind. I'm 10 seconds behind, it seems. I'll try to catch up a bit. And now my timer is better. Now Legolas jumps off the cave troll to kind of sync the timer. I know, maybe my timer is I'm a bit behind. I don't see the total timer. I just started them. It might be the total timer might be a bit like 20 seconds off. I was a bit bad. It's very difficult to start these timers and the film at the same time, especially if I click on play on my PlayStation. It takes like 5 seconds for it to actually start. So it's not 100% aligned. Now Aragorn pierces the cave troll. I like the dedication that Aragorn puts forward there. Interestingly, in the book, it's not a cave troll that pierces Frodo. It's some orc, black orc with a red tongue, I think it's described. This weird slow-mo scene on Gandalf is kind of strange. But yeah, even though Frodo is not killed, he was kind of hit, and I guess it's deflected. It could have just, I don't know, broke his ribs anyway, you know? Just from the sheer force of it. So it definitely hurt him. I also have seen the making of material, and Peter Jackson explained that for this scene, for example, he actually used VR already, like to kind of imagine how the scene would play out and so on with the spacing and stuff like this. Very interesting. And this was like in 1999 or something like that. Very modern stuff he used there. Maybe your special version is longer than ours. Or no, it's shorter. It should be shorter than, I don't know. The timers might not perfectly correct. It works. Still counts as one, correct. It's a really cool fight scene, I think. It's more. It was more than the Shire. Yeah, Archer. I hope stuff works again. It's always a bit difficult with the versions and stuff. Like I said, maybe something here is slower. I think so. Okay, awesome. I hope it stays for you people kind of in sync, but I guess most people watching here knowing the films in and out anyway. I guess a watch party like this is not the perfect experience then. Maybe I live in the future at all. That's possible. Hey. Jade Side, Sonnen. I hope I say your name correct. I always wonder. The lottery numbers would not be bad, to be honest, Archer. That would kind of help. What's that? In the book, like, the height of the Balrog, it's debatable how he looked. He had like a more humanoid form. Here they made him more like a demon to kind of communicate what a Balrog is, I guess. Yeah. It was both shadow and flame, strong and terrible. It was a Balrog of Morgoth, said Legolas. Of all the elf banes the most deadly, save the one who sits in the dark tower. There was 0 at the beginning. I have to adjusting as well to keep sync. Yeah, I'm a bit sorry. There's not much I can do. All I can do is just put the timers and hope that the versions kind of align. I love how Merry and Pippin fight even harder after Frodo gets stabbed. Yeah, that's a very cool detail as well. I agree. The light of the end of the tunnel. Thanks to the Balrog. Ray Jackson has joked about the 25th anniversary extra extended edition, but it hasn't happened yet, unfortunately, yeah. Legolas saw the Balrog near Gondolin. There is a Legolas in the First Age, but it might be the only exception where there's a Legolas that is not... It has the same name, but is a different character. Like Tolkien wrote somewhere that if an elf has the same name, it's the same character. In the case of Glorfindel. I also wrote another Legolas, saw a Balrog Gondol, yeah. I like this adventure movie style scene with the stairs. I don't know why. It's kind of old schoolish in my opinion. It's very old schoolish. But it's really fitting for the section. I don't know. I think it works perfectly. Gives a bit of action, bit of... Oh no, will they get on the other side? How will they solve the problem here? You know what I mean? It really works for... At least for a mainstream film, it works really well. Here we have the narrow bridge. The reason why it's so narrow is that only one person at a time can cross it, so it's easier to defend. So if the dwarves get attacked, the enemy has to cross this bridge. Good luck. While, I don't know, an army of dwarf crossbowmen, archers, whatever, shooting you down. Or fighting you one by one on the other side. Who wants to cross this bridge and be the first? Well, I would stay at home, to be honest. I would just say, no, I'm out. Udun is the first fortress of Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, former master of Sauron. And Lord, leader, the Balrogs were servants. And interestingly, Tolkien uses the plural Balrogs. The actual plural should be Belrug. But in book version you cannot pass. Yeah, I stay at home and watch Fellowship instead. Yeah, potentially not really, you know, but I don't know. It's difficult, and no, Gandalf is lost. Also, I have to admit, like, Elijah Wood is just also such a good actor. It's like, he delivers these scenes so well. You have to consider, Elijah Wood is like 18 or something in these films. Like, what an amazing actor. If Tolkien had time in his life to finish this Silmarillion, would we have gotten Legolas' backstory? He's Thranduil's son, but he doesn't really tell us when he was born. Yeah, we don't know about the mother. It was such a sad scene. Narya also gone. Well, they're not gone. Spoiler. No, he will. I like how Pippin sits on the one scene when Pippin lies on the ground crying. I think he says Gandalf, you know. You don't hear it, but the lip movement would kind of fit. They all play this really well. The Mirrormere. That's a good point. Like, this must be the Mirrormere on the other side. That is a legendary lake, very important for the dwarves. Like, in it were the stars reflected, and Durin the Deathless, looked in it, and this is why he decided to found Moria there. So it's very important. And right next to this entrance is Lothlorien. So now they enter Lothlorien, the trees. And Glowin says, will say in a moment.
Ich habe die Augen eines Habichts und die Ohren eines Fuchses. Oh!
Is it German? I only have it in German, unfortunately. Kind of funny. Here we hear Galadriel's voice, so this is another problem kind of in Tolkien's universe. I have the eyes of a hawk and the ears of a fox. Oh. Love the scenes. What I like about Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, is there are definitely some... the elves breathe so loud I can shoot him in the dark. They're just... they're really good at this time. I want to say the gag density, the joke density. There are some jokes there. What he says here is repeated by Thorin Oakenshield in the second Hobbit film. I don't know what exactly it means. I don't want to know, to be honest. It would be illegal to repeat on the stream, I would assume, though. You can go no further, says now Haldir. He also has two brothers, which names I forgot, I have to admit. Maybe somebody in chat knows the names. I think the two brothers are standing there next to him. Not to bring up Rings of Power, but I think a scene like this shows that even when you know what happens, when the scene is written and acted well, it still has a emotional impact for sure, yes. Let me look it up. Haldir of Lothlorien, actually multiple Haldirs. Rumil and Orofin. It's kind of funny that Haldir's brother is called Rumi. That's actually funny, I think. Because, yeah, there's another law master called Rumil, also referenced into in Rings of Power. Haldir, John, and Elton, I guess. Such a cool scene, like Lothlorien. You can definitely argue that sometimes Peter Jackson's vision might not 100% align with Tolkien's, but some scenes he brings so well to life. Like when you know or read these sections in the book, you can say, okay, that's 100% that. Cool. They build a strange device for Cate Blanchett or for Galadriel that kind of lights her and reflects in her eyes, and the reflection in her eyes is like the stars. Kind of, you see these little dots there. It's kind of deliberate. Here you see it. Because she has seen the the light of the two trees. Like her eyes have seen a different light than the others. The other knows the light of the sun and the moon, but she has seen light other than that. Balrog of Morgoth. I know this Galadriel is creepy. I don't know. I think she fits perfectly. I'm glad they didn't give Galadriel the silly lip gloss they gave Arwen. I have not noticed that, to be honest. Lothlorien feels so dreamlike in the movie, which is perfect. Yeah, I think as well. It feels otherworldly. And that is exactly how it should feel. Because it is otherworldly. The time is different in this place. Due to the power of her ring. Rivendell also must feel different. Like, Lothlorien's even more extreme in this regard. And I think Lothlorien can be translated with, like, I think dream flower or something like this. And Lorien is also the realm of Irmo, the Vala of dreams and sleep. What? You didn't know your makeup history? No. No other element of the film is so early 2000s. Okay. Galadriel brought the melon trees from Valinor. That's a good question. It could be. It's the only place where it grows. Later in the Shire, there's also one, but in Middle Earth at least. I don't know. I don't know. Would have to do some research on this. Currently, my memory is short of Melon history. Yeah, you're right, Mark. That's it. Gil-galad got them gifted or whatever, something like that, and he could not get them to grow, and then Galadriel managed. I need to go to bed now. Lord of the Rings will give me more for life than school, so I will stand here. The film is always really, really long. We're not even at 3 hours, so the film will definitely go for at least 20 minutes, if not longer. Hey, Nation Demon, nice to see you. Doing very well. Currently having our Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring watch party, and Galadriel walks down the stairs to the Mirror of Galadriel. There's an interesting scene in the original, like in the book. There's also Sam present, and only Frodo can see her ring. Sam can't see it because the elves seem to be able to hide their rings. Like Gandalf hides his ring, Elrond hides his ring. She has, of course, Nenya, the Ring of Water. In the early script of Tolkien, it was considered the mightiest of the three. There were at least recently the debate in chat why there needs to be a mightiest ring anyway. That's a good question, to be honest. Don't worry, I know what you mean. You want to stay here. Here we get like the scouring of the Shire is unfortunately skipped. Oh, here we have orcs there. In the scouring of the Shire, it's actually the ruffians. So Saruman's men, kind of. Plus some... Oh, we get a glimpse at the scouring of the Shire. And Sam also looks into this and sees the scouring of the Shire already. And so on, so... It's very interesting. Smoke and mirrors, chat. I forgot to complete my sentence a moment ago. Elves have the ability to use Osanwe, as it's called, which is telepathy. Kind of. The transmission of thought, or the transfer of thought, on distance. Tolkien unfortunately writes in, I think it's in the Osanwe Kenta, which we find, for example, in Nature of Middle-earth, but also in the Winya Tengwar issue, I don't know, 42 or something. And he explains that distance doesn't matter for Osanwe. And this is like, opens like the box of Pandora for storytelling, because you can always ask, well, wait a moment. When Gandalf is on the Tower of Orthanc and needs help, why doesn't he use Osanwe to contact Galadriel or Elrond or whoever when they can use it? Well, yes. Why doesn't he use it? It's in Lord of the Rings, mentioned, but very briefly mentioned. Tolkien, though, wrote multiple texts about it, actually, that are published later in other books. Also complicated topic, Galadriel's ban. So Galadriel, in the Lord of the Rings, says she passes the test. And she decides to leave Middle-earth, which is interesting. There are versions where Galadriel is actually not banned, contradicting Lord of the Rings a little bit, but Tolkien thought around this idea of her being banned from the West continent quite a bit. Nenya. Frodo can see it. Sam can't see it, as said earlier. It's a really cool detail. She also says something to Frodo in this context that his sight got keener. And he suddenly, due to being a ring bearer and having the one ring, he suddenly understands things that others, even they consider themselves wise, would not understand or see. The ban of the Noldor existed, but if Galadriel is banned, there's a version of where Galadriel actually is not part of the expedition of the Noldor leaving Aman over Helcaraxe, but she goes with her husband, who is in this version not a Sindar elf, but one of the Teleri in Aman, on a boat and leaves for Middle-earth before the other break out. So she's kind of not part of this whole ban idea on paper. So Tolkien thought about this. Though, of course, there is a ban of the Noldor that went to Middle-earth. But like I said, this is a complicated topic. Because as often in the background, Tolkien wrote like 10 versions of everything, often contradicting each other. Here we have another complicated thing. It's really complicated. We talked about that in early versions the orcs were made of subterranean slime and heat, and Tolkien had always a problem with this idea because that would indicate that Morgoth could create life itself, but that it's beyond his power. He can't create sentient life. And he changed this then to elves, that elves were the origin. He took existing elves and transformed them into orcs. This is also reflected by what Treebeard says in Lord of the Rings. There he says that trolls are the mockery of Ents, while orcs are the mockery of elves. However, in the latest writings of Tolkien, it is men who are actually the origin of orcs, and Tolkien planned to move the awakening of men several thousand years into the past, into the First Age, into the years of the trees, shortly after the elves awoke, for this to work. Because elves give a lot of problems metaphysically, being the origin for orcs. But yeah, it's a very complicated topic. It's also a funny scene. How many do you have? 4. Can you short describe the scene? Oh yeah, they're now on the boat leaving, and Celeborn talks to Aragorn, which I think is cut in the theatrical edition quite a bit. I know what it is you saw. Every website that won't let you deny cookies. Yeah, the hair scene is also so awesome. Also interesting lore detail, like in the Silmarillion. Maybe it's not in the Silmarillion actually. No, I think it's not. I think it's mentioned in Unfinished Tales. It doesn't matter where it's mentioned, but Galadriel gives 3 hairs to Gimli, and in one version Tolkien wrote about this, about Feanor and Galadriel, or an idea he had about this, is that like the idea for Feanor to create the Silmarilli was inspired by Galadriel's hair, who caught on the light of the 2 trees of Valinor, and he asked Galadriel for 3 strands of her hair as well. But because Feanor was in the, I think it's called an asshole, she said, no, dude. Maybe when hell froze. Yeah, she refused. That's pretty cool. Fëanor is Galadriel's uncle. Half uncle, you could say. That's also something from the book, so what Gimli says here. Even how he expresses, also well played by the actor. John Rhys Davies, awesome dude. Here, that is an interesting scene. She says to him, "You already have the gift." In the book, he gets here the elf stone, which is called Elessar. There's a version in the book which in Unfinished Tales that I like quite a bit, where Gandalf brings the Elessar was potentially brought to Valinor. Gandalf brings it back to Middle-earth, gives it to Galadriel, and says, "You will not keep it long, and you will give it to somebody with the same name." Paraphrased a bit, it says it a bit different, but you know what I mean. And in the book, she also says to Aragorn, "Take here the elf stone and become Elessar." The elf stone. Galadriel is Arwen's grandmother, yes. The daughter of Galadriel is Celebrian, and she's a wife of Elrond, left Middle-earth already due to a tragic incident. And yeah, that makes Galadriel the mother-in-law of Elrond. Interestingly, in early versions of Tolkien's writing, Tolkien thought about the Galadriel as a wife of Elrond. But Tolkien often moved characters in the family tree around quite a bit. And we have also a little change from the books. Like I said at the beginning, that Isildur had a brother called Anarion. And Anarion, the statues at the border of Gondor, kind of. The Argonas, they are depicting Anarion and Isildur, because Gondor is a realm or the kingdom of those brothers, Isildur and Anarion. And here it's in the film they depict Isildur and Elendil. They kind of retconned Anarion quite hard. They're pretty much all relatives. That's kind of true. It's very interesting that we see Gollum on a log through the river. But now it's a scene where they look at the river and we see kind of a log swimming there. We can read multiple times in Unfinished Tales, in Hunt for the Ring and stuff, that at one point when Aragorn was bringing Gollum to Thranduil, that he bound him to a log to cross the river Anduin and stuff like this. So the log is definitely appearing multiple times as an idea. Now, here are the Argonas finally, as mentioned. Isildur and Elendil here, but it should be Isildur and Anarion. Making of these things is quite funny. I also like in the background you see the stone slopes, so they cut out the stone to create these statues. It's kind of a cool detail, in my opinion. It's had to use the stones from the area around them to kind of build them. That's a neat little detail. Like, I'm not sure how realistic that is, but I think it's a cool detail. Just from the visual representation and showing this, it tells like a little story how they might have been created without saying a word about it. Always a fan of this. I would assume the Gondorians built it. Can we watch Wallace and Gromit afterwards? Well, you can do this for sure. I definitely need to sleep after that. Emin Muil. That is also true. I don't know as much about the Wallace and Gromit lore as I do know about Middle-earth. That's true. No, you are completely right. I don't mind Wallace and Gromit, but my knowledge... the only thing I really know is Lord of the Rings and maybe Dark Souls and Elden Ring stuff. And then... I also was quite into Star Wars when I was younger, but Disney killed every passion for that. Or retconned everything that was cool, I would say. And I don't know, Star Trek I also quite like. Not that deep into like, it's not comparable to my Lord of the Rings knowledge. Like season 8 killed my love for the Game of Thrones series, yeah. And I forget Rings of Power exists. Yeah. Well, we should make a marathon soon now. I thought about maybe when the next show comes, we will watch season 2. I'm not 100% sure yet though. I will never watch season 1 again though. Like season 1 kind of broke me from Rings of Power as well. Season 2 I thought was a bit better, though it also had its problems, quite a few. So I'm not 100% sure yet. Like now seeing Lord of the Rings, I think screw Rings of Power. Like every time I see even the Hobbit films I prefer, to be honest. I'm really confused about Boromir. The problem is Amon Hen and Amon Lao, I think it's pronounced. It's not an L, it's a weird sound. It's the Wales L, the double L in Welsh. Hlau, something like this. I don't know, it's difficult to pronounce. Here we see a close-up of the Ring of Barahir. That's the Galadriel swim across Atlantic. Please don't bring up old memories very deep into my unconscious mind. Part of the mind, whatever. Yeah, there's also the ring from Wagner and stuff. Yeah. I don't know it that well, to be honest, but because Wagner is kind of also a problematic guy in some regards, but let's not talk about that. I know he's kind of also beloved as an artist and created impressive things, but he also wrote some stuff, especially in context of being a German. It's a bit difficult. Let's put it that way. Amon Hen, Rudauer? No. Is there Amon Hen in Rudauer? I don't know. I don't think so. But Rudauer is would have to go to map time. That's too complicated right now, but the timer should continue, right? I could show it. Rudauer is here. And so close to Imlades, and Amon Hen. Let me just see. It's really hard to hit right now for me. It's all the way. I don't know. I won't hit it because it's very small here in my control screen, but it's somewhere down here. It's working. I know it's working, but now a lot of fighting happens. Tragic scenes. I know all the lore for Wallace and Gromit. Yeah, it's the border of Gondor, exactly. To Rohan and friends. I have to admit, like, I don't watch any series currently, or rarely watch series. I think Andor is quite popular, and I got a lot of recommendations saying you have to watch this, even though I once kind of like Star Wars. It's a Star Wars series that's considered quite good by a lot of people. Also, people I respect their opinions or have a similar taste in many things than I have. But I haven't seen it, so. I like how this little stone thrown by a little hobbit against a full metal helmet kind of knocks the orc out. Yeah, he definitely has some arrows, but and it's not also it's on the east of the mountains. No, it's on the west of the mountains. Rhudaur is interestingly translated Trollshaw and is also like Arnor, where Aragorn is the heir, was split into 3 sub-kingdoms, or split into 3 different kingdoms, Arthedain, Cardolan, and Rhudaur. So it's one of these 3 kingdoms. It though got the line of Elendil or Isildur broke there though, and the Hillmen took over and they allied with Angmar relatively early. My fellowship is over already. Now we're currently, Aragorn is stuck. Neck is stuck with his shield at the tree, and now he's fighting. I think his name is Lourdes. The poor dude who plays Lourdes, when he was had to shoot, he had to get into makeup like at 11 in the evening to be done for shooting in the morning at 8 or whatever. Like, it took so many hours to transform him into an orc. Like, it's an immense amount of work. Like, can you just imagine sitting there for, I don't know, 8+ hours in the mask and getting built for the shoot? That's dedication, I think. Also, stunt guy who played Lourdes talking about his experience. Yeah, forgot his name, unfortunately, because of bad name memory. At a convention with Miranda Otto, and who played Eowyn, and John Rhys Davies, who plays Gimli. Yeah. Also, John Rhys Davies is really tall. Yeah, Lawrence Makohara. I'm not sure how it's pronounced exactly, but something like that. Amazon's selling brooms to me in that. Oh no. Yeah, such a strong scene. It's kind of nice. The Aragorn is a very different character in the books versus the films. He doesn't want to become king. He's doubting a lot, and he transforms to this character that becomes the king. In the book, this transformation is already kind of done when we meet Aragorn the first time in the book. Like, he has worked his whole life to become king and to become the absolute best. It's very different. It's very difficult to portray this in films, so we have to change him, I think. It works really well, in my opinion. And there also has this conflict with Boromir, who says you doubt in your people, and back and forth. I think this build-up really sells them the scene at the end. When he says, my brother, my captain, my king. Interestingly, when Gandalf, it's an interesting detail you might miss when you don't look at the dates exactly. But at this time, when the Fellowship breaks, I think, might not be when it breaks, but I think a few days after they leave Lothlorien, Gandalf actually arrives in Lothlorien on Gwaihir already. Gandalf is a few days behind them just. Even though he was fighting the Balrog for a week or for 10 days or something. Kind of an interesting detail. You cannot swim, and Sam almost drowning here. Like, the parents of Frodo drowned in a boat accident, interestingly. I wonder, where are Frodo's parents? Why is he living with his widest sense uncle? Don't go swimming in your clothes, folks, if you aren't a very good swimmer. That's a good point. In this scene, I think Sean Astin also cut his foot or something, or like a kind of an injury. You don't believe me when it started on its own showing me the Rings of Power Season 1 and Kanye swimming in the ocean. GG. Oh no. Yeah, here is interestingly, the departure of Boromir, as it's called, is into Towers already. They moved it to Fellowship and end the film here on this note. They moved quite a few chapters around from the books. I wanted to pass a test where I had to swim in my clothes before joining a boat club to prove that I wouldn't drown if I fell in. Oh, okay, interesting. I guess I never tried this in my clothes. I think in some vacation I got thrown to a swimming pool by some people for fun when I still had my clothes on, but it was pretty light, so it was not that devastating. But in like a full winter clothes thing for outside with like a what do you call it? A cape? Is it a cape? No, but you know, a mantle. Don't get the word right now, but the things they're wearing, ropes, cloak. Yeah, exactly, cloak. Yeah, that would be, I think, difficult if everything is soaked full of water. Potentially pushes you down quite a bit, I could imagine, or makes it hard to swim. My version is over. Yeah, I'm also close to the end now. You can't swim at all. Interesting. I mean, in some places I can definitely see it. We had like, I learned it in vacation, and in school we also had swimming class. When I was like in what's the elementary school thing. I passed, but there were some people who failed the test and weren't allowed. And now it's for me also over. Now the credits. But now it's over. Yeah. There's still 28 minutes of credits after that. there's also like some fan clubs that I don't know, contributed to this and whatnot. It's a massive project here. That means I have to go and get some sleep. It was a great stream. Until next week. Take care, everyone. Yeah, Mark, thank you for staying with us so long. It's really long. 3 hours, 21 minutes is... until next year, I've forgotten again how long. If somebody asks, hey, Chris, how long is the extended edition? I have no idea. 3 hours, 22 minutes roundabout. Nighty night, yeah. It takes long credits to recognize every citizen of New Zealand. We watch Tolkien movies instead. Yeah, that is true. Sleep. Good night, Archer, if you go to bed as well. Sleep well, yeah. Also, Nation Demon. It's really late. Here for the European viewers. Amazing Bad Boy has early morning, almost noon, I think. And some people are still, I don't know, afternoon, late afternoon, early evening. Depending on your time zone. It's kind of crazy to watch Lord of the Rings on the 2nd of Advent and on the 2nd Advent and be in so many different time zones around the globe. Watching Lord of the Rings together, it's pretty awesome. And thank you for all the lore fact. Yeah, I try to kind of drop my knowledge here, which is definitely there, I would say. I know quite a bit about this. Especially recently, I've done a lot of video research, so a lot of ideas and knowledge was kind of fresh. I wish I could remember dates better, and would help a lot. I really have trouble memorizing dates often. The worst of all things I've seen is a beautiful old DVD box. Currently no player. The worst of all things I have the special edition beautiful old DVD box, and I've currently no player. I have no DVD player. That's a problem. I see. I mean, in the streaming days, your DVD stuff is usually used less and less, I guess. I still have my I use my PlayStation 4 as a DVD/Blu-ray player, and otherwise it's just here sitting dust. If it's broken, I have still a PlayStation 3 I could use for the same stuff as well. I thought about getting maybe a PlayStation 5, but then it would just become a 4K. No, what is it? Yeah, it's a 4K Blu-ray player thing. The problem is, I think it's not worth spending so much money just for that. Because when I play games, I usually do it on PC anyway, if possible. My DVD player did exactly right that after I moved to a new flat in October. It's kind of fascinating in the regard. I'm kind of not that old, but old enough to know floppy disks already. And I remember a time when I used floppy disks. And then there was suddenly a time I stopped using them. Then was CD and USB drives were a thing. And now, like, for over a decade or more than a decade, I think I have not used or I had a PC that has actually a disk drive anymore. Okay, you're turning 50 next year. Okay, then I'm a bit behind then. Okay, we have a sound for that. Wait a moment. Jack asked for it.
I was there.
Chat.
I was there 3,000 years ago.
There's a sound. I had to search for it for a moment. $99 to Mark, yeah. I think Mark is already off. We have a big party. Jack asking the important questions here. Will you dress as floppy disk? We always say damals as a joke back then. Damals TM. Back then TM. Yeah, I get this. Yeah, 3.5 floppy disk could hold 1.44 megabytes. And before this there were the bigger floppy disks. That was... I know them as well, but that was very small when those were common. When I started using them, it was already more the smaller ones. Yeah, the 8-inch. Yeah, cassette. The cassette was also a thing on, even on some devices. Yeah. In general, also, yeah, VHS for video, and the cassettes for music and stuff. Good times, but like I said, 3,000 years ago, it's kind of scary. But yeah, unfortunately, and say it, I really mean it, even though it's late. That was The Fellowship. The good thing is, next film is also absolutely fantastic. Two Towers, like, I don't know why I wouldn't put it as best of the three. It's really close. Like, all the three films are really close in my head. I think I like Fellowship most by now, but it changes. But for currently, Fellowship feels like such a complete movie. But to be honest, Two Towers is also really good. Maybe Two Towers has the best, I don't know, pacing of them, especially in the extended edition, I think, from all of the films. I also like Return of the King, of course, a lot, because it's Return of the King. But I don't know, Two Towers is also really good. It's a Lord of the Rings radio play on cassette back in the day. Awesome. But yeah, the next two films that we will watch are also absolutely fantastic. And then after Christmas, we can think about watching also War of the Rohirrim. I plan to do it in chronological order, so first War of the Rohirrim. But I was too busy that week. I couldn't make it to get another 4-hour stream in here to sit with you people and so on. It was just a bit much. I love the Two Towers for three special reasons. The battle scenes, to be honest, the fact that it finally made sense when you watch the special enhanced edition, and of course for the Gollum scene where he's talking to himself is peak acting. Yeah, definitely. Like that's I like how Peter Jackson also kind of explained this in a weird way, breaking the, what do you call it, access rule for camera if you do camera work on a dialogue, if you film a dialogue, you always stay on the same side. And you have to switch it because, you know, you have the same character in a way. It's kind of funny. I love Rohan, yeah. Rohan is pretty awesome. it has a lot of interesting stuff. Now, in my video I'm currently working on, we dive a bit into the backgrounds of the death of Theodred, which is covered in the book, of course, but not covered that much in the film. To be fair, though, it's most information about the death of Theodred, Theoden's son, we find in Unfinished Tales as well. There's a chapter called The Battle of the Forts of Ethan, I think it's called. And there's a lot of detailed information how this battle went and so on and so forth. So that is definitely a part. Like I already we completed writing the video. I have to still voice record everything. We had a lot of other, like there was a charity tournament I took part in, and some other stuff. It was a busy week, let's put it that way. So I didn't get the voice recording as far as I wanted to get. And yeah, we'll do this in the upcoming week. Then I will edit it, and I hope it is done very soon. So I definitely plan to release a video before Christmas. In an ideal scenario, next week. Maybe next Saturday. And then I will do the all-in-one Who's Elrond version, which will be around about 12 hours long. And I think I have a really good name for the all-in-one version. I need a good thumbnail still. I know what I will write on the thumbnail for it. Maybe. Or maybe it's not a good idea, we will see. Yeah, but as you can see, my schedule is full. So the next film, I guess next week, maybe Sunday again. Yeah, I'm also happy that we're done. I'm very happy that the script is at least there. 12-hour Who's Elrond watch party soon. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's kind of strange to talk over myself, and the problem with my video, there is no downtime. Yeah, like it's just information. So it's 12 hours packed of pure information. The one who explains Elrond at all. You will see it. I won't spoil the title. I think it's really good. You can tell me then in the comments if you like the title. I mean, all the people you're watching. But yeah, next week is Two Towers. Looking forward to that. It's a fantastic film. It's really good. It has like a lot of cool elements in it. We see the ends. We have especially Rohan. I really like Rohan. I like Edoras. I like the style of it. You have the battle. You have the tragedy. You have this I don't know, a certain amount of sadness in it. The stakes are high. You have Theoden. I really like Theoden. Theoden's, I think, such a cool character. We'll talk about him next time quite a bit. And somehow, I know someone who hated Two Towers so much that they didn't even watch Return of the King until 20 years later. Okay, that's interesting. Did the opinion change on these films then? I mean, sometimes you don't like something, even though everybody likes it. I think not a big deal. Happens or can be. Of course, Two Towers also, a lot of things were changed in Two Towers. most changes, can be understood why it's changed. I think their view softened a bit. Yeah, it's for me always fascinating. Like we talked about, I don't want to talk too much about Rings of Power, like in comparison, or some other stuff, but just seeing how well these films here are made and how well they compress the story and kind of keep the core intact. And I don't know, even though a lot of things were changed, the changes often make sense. And it's still a mainstream Hollywood film that was very expensive to make. As a result, you definitely have to kind of cater to your audience a little bit. And the film does it, of course, as well, though it kind of is still part of these 2000 years where like these 2000 like the 2000s, the early ones. So it's a kind of a different zeitgeist, as you would maybe call it, in many ways. But all of the stuff in this film you could easily seem ridiculous, but he managed to keep the core intact and tell it kind of straight. He adds a sense of humor here, and if you are now used to modern cinema, to the current cinema or past 10 years cinema in these mainstream Hollywood movies, you have often films where in my opinion at least, the people making those or responsible for those, I'm not sure if it's the writer's fault, the director's fault, the investor's fault, whoever, or a mixture of all of them. Sometimes the joke density is so high in these films that you have trouble taking the film serious, that they have trouble sometimes to just tell a story in a straight line, just get to the point, bring the point and the scene across due to good acting and good directing. You have an impactful, powerful scene. I think that's not always the case, but especially in some of these mainstream movies, it feels like it's a bit too much. They lost the balance completely. And I think Lord of the Rings still, it also has some jokes here and there, but it also leaves enough room for these powerful, impactful, emotional scenes, and that are very serious in a way, without them having them seem ridiculous. It's really well done, and just the balance is better. You could maybe argue, even from the people, like when these films came out, people also hated on these films as well and said, no, that's too much. But now, from a perspective 20 years in the future, I would say, no, it's pretty good, to be honest. I would wish that films would go back there and kind of find this balance again, at least the mainstream. I know there are also still awesome films released. It's not like every film is bad, but when they would announce a new Lord of the Rings film trilogy, I would be kind of worried, to be honest. And then you have other things like, for example, Rings of Power. There, I wouldn't say that the joke density is a problem in this film, for example. That just the overall direction of the series and the writing that connects everything together. Like it has some good written parts in it for sure as well. But overall, the writing is all over the place in this, and that's a bit unfortunate. In my opinion, would be, I think, better when things just would work out. You know what I mean? I think a few things are a bit stupid in Two Towers, to be fair, but I would never decide to not watch Return of the King. Bad tongues would say that Rings of Power is a joke. Rings of Power is also such a difficult topic. I would love for it to be a show where I say, wow, it's awesome, and I watch it every year. But for every good thing it does, it has, for me personally, like at least 2-3 bad things it does, which kind of annoy me too much. Like, I'm too deep into the book stuff. And I just would wish, just do what is in the books and not come up with some nonsense all the time. The same problem with the Hobbit films, I think. Like, they added too much stuff that is not necessary, feels out of place, is a bit too much, too over the top. And I think the Hobbit films still do a better job than Rings of Power in many ways. Though I would argue that Rings of Power has scenes and sections in it that are definitely stronger than pretty much everything than the Hobbit films do. But I don't know. One thing that's annoying about Two Towers is the storyline of Faramir being tempted by the ring and trying to take them to Gondor, to his father, because Jackson sort of made the ring look powerless. Faramir could resist it, but Aragorn can also resist it, and that bothers nobody. Yeah, I think that's definitely a problem. Like, people are not happy with Faramir. I feel, though, that Faramir is a bit more understood, or you can understand Faramir quite a bit better in the extended edition. I think the theatrical cut, Faramir is definitely a bigger problem than in the extended edition. I also have to admit, I haven't watched the theatrical cut in ages. I often think, I guess it has a better pacing in many ways, but I definitely like that they expanded a bit and then you understand Faramir a bit better. They did Faramir dirty. He's my kind of guy. Loyal. Yeah, we just watched the scene where he let him go. Yeah, it's definitely a problem, though I think they needed to kind of reflect a bit on certain details. There are 2 more Sundays before Christmas. Yeah, that's exactly. I kind of counted them and hope that we are done with Fellowship of the Ring before Christmas. With Return of the King before Christmas. In The Hobbit, especially after they got to Beorn, I'm unsure if they know what the motive they made. It's sometimes way too many jokes, then unnecessary combat sections, and the end. Let's not talk about the end, really. Thorin's dead. Is sad, but at the same time comes through as a joke. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely. I mean, that they kind of go for a different style than Lord of the Rings, I can understand, because Hobbit is a different style than the Lord of the Rings, so it kind of, like, the books feel very different in many ways. There are similarities for sure, but it's definitely a different thing. But yeah, I would say the first Hobbit film is actually okay. It's not as good as the Lord of the Rings films, but overall it's okay. You could even say the first 40 minutes are actually pretty good. Somebody said it in chat, like the first 40 minutes are awesome, and then it goes a bit downhill. I would agree on this. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they lost it somehow. I mean, Peter Jackson was not planned to be the director of The Hobbit, so he had to only 6 weeks for preparation, and maybe had to work with what the other guys already had developed to this point, and kind of change things around to fit maybe his potential own vision of it. So it was definitely difficult for Peter Jackson, I think. But especially after the first film, they definitely lost it. Like, there's so much nonsense. I kind of like the idea that they added the White Council and the watchful peace idea and so on, at least in small bits into it. I think that's a good addition to the film, or to these films. But everything else, the love triangle story, oh god, please no. Or the character Alfred, I like the actor and what it's not his fault, but it's I don't know. In the third film, we talked about it when we watched last week when we watched the third film, and it's like how he dies. I think, what is his purpose in the third film? Like, that's just from a writing perspective, it's just really weird. Yeah, I know the animated films as well. I haven't seen them in a long time. The Hobbit is very interesting in this regard. Like, it's the animated film, the Hobbit one from the 70s, made by, I think, Topcraft are they called, right? Something like that. And this kind of evolved later in the Studio Ghibli, which is kind of funny if you think about it, and you kind of notice some parallels, I think. Not many, but a few. Why was such a big of a problem? I don't know. Maybe because she was just only a normal Sylvan elf, and Legolas a noble Cinder. I don't know. I think it's just there to spice up the love triangle a little bit. I don't know. I think it's stupid, to be honest. I don't like it at all. But we have now we have now the Hobbit films, especially the third one and the second one, on cooldown for a year. So we don't have to watch it for a year. Next year we have to watch it again. And I don't mind watching them, to be honest. I know that the watch parties aren't that popular, I guess, because people are not the hugest fans of The Hobbit, but I don't know. It's fascinating that every year I watch them, and it's not like I regret it completely. And I can also appreciate that some effort went into it here and there. But they are definitely weird. In many ways. Yeah, it's kind of... Oh, also I forgot to stop the timers, right? It's not that big of a deal, I guess. The timer doesn't play a huge role right now. Maybe I reset them even. So reset here. Yeah, I also don't mind Tauriel. Like, I think it could have worked if they just added like another character here and there that appears here and there. Why not? But yeah, this love triangle stuff. I mean, the actress also said she only agreed to play Tauriel only when she does not have to play in a love triangle or have a love triangle story. And they said, yeah, we do this. And then they said, well, we have to spice up this love story, but let's make a love triangle out of it. I think she was not amused. But she fulfilled her contract, I guess, and whatever, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's not a topic in The Hobbit. If you want to make a love triangle story, then don't make a Hobbit film. And don't try to adapt The Hobbit. As they dealt with Arwen, and Aragorn's story was the right way, in my opinion. It is important for, well, the future, not the story. Exactly. It's important for the future. You need some motivation for Aragorn, and it kind of defines him a little bit and his journey and so on and so forth. Brings in some spice here and there if, let's say, Eowyn approaches him and so on, but still in a very toned down, respectful manner. I think they made it. They built it pretty well into Towers and so on, and Return of the King. So overall, it works quite well, I think, in those films. But yeah, in The Hobbit, it's just too much. Like the dwarf, Tauriel, Legolas love triangle. I don't know. I don't need that. Some stuff's too over the top. Maybe the jokes are also already a bit over the top. Lost the balance a bit, definitely, in the Hobbit films. I mean, sure, it's a children's movie at the end of the day. It's a children's book that they adapt, even though they're cutting off for a children's book adaptation. Maybe too many orc heads off the shoulders. But, yeah, I don't know. Hobbit is just strange. I think we all can agree on this. It even made sense that Arwen rescues Frodo instead of Glorfindel, as it prevents the necessity to introduce another character. Exactly. I also agree on this. Like, changing Glorfindel to Arwen was a good idea, to introduce her, give her a bit more something to do, a bit more screen time, explain who she is, and then explain the relationship. Then you don't have to do this in Rivendell, explain Arwen and so on. You kind of learn that they know already each other. She's introduced. You have a certain idea who she is and so on. It definitely works. I also don't mind that Legolas has like his guest appearance in the film, but they made the role a bit too big towards the last film. It was just too much of everything. I feel like sad every time I watch a third movie. I think it's so sad that, I don't know, the other dwarves have so little screen time in this besides the main dwarf, so to say, Balin, Thorin, Dwalin a little bit. Maybe always have to think who Bifur and Bofur is, but one of the two. My dear chat, it's late already. I'm tired. My German, like I streamed already on the German Twitch channel today. Currently my Twitch counters has 17 hours and 12. So I would love to shut up for a moment, if you can imagine. Though, to be honest, from these 17 hours, I was 3.5, let's say, almost 4 hours I was not there. So it's just 13 hours. But still, that's quite a bit in my opinion, to be fair. So, dear chat, shall we call it a day? Are there any questions left? Is there anything I need to tell? As said, the plan for the next few days is the following. I need to complete the video next week as well. So I hope I get to do this. So if we are all very lucky, you might get a new video next weekend, maybe not. Like I said, it will be a long video as a result. Long videos take, unfortunately, a lot of time. So I hope I can get through it really fast, but who knows. That is definitely something. I didn't do a re-upload yet because I was really busy simply. Just had not the time currently. Just want to finish this work first. And yeah, in between there will be some Twitch streaming here and there. I have to practice Dark Souls 2 a little bit for the other event I'm still participating. I have also an interest to maybe continue a bit of Cyberpunk, but that's a different story completely. Then there will be the all-in-one version. Next week, maybe Sunday, I guess, again, will be our watch party for Two Towers. Looking forward to that. Oh no! Literally every watch party my Wi-Fi dies. Oh no. I don't know what it is with your Wi-Fi and our watch parties. It's strange. The Ents are going to war. Yeah, so the next video will conclude the War of the Ring and Elrond departing from Middle-earth. And it was a difficult to make video. I can always say this, I'm not 100% happy with the script, but I don't know. Maybe you still like it. Because usually when I do videos, I take one detail and try to extract as much information about it as possible, connected to other events and so on and so forth. So basically, extract, like, add more complexity and stuff to it. Congratulations on your stream streak. But I try to add more to it. In the case of Lord of the Rings, the book is too big to do this. So kind of I have to now take a different approach and compress the book into one video. That was very difficult to do, to be honest. Because also most people know the story really well. And there's still more to be said, but I don't know. At the end, this I got out. I tried to focus on some side events that people are not necessarily fully aware of, so give you some context that you don't know about, but it's difficult to do the whole book. And like I said, in theory, or I already did this on this channel, I talked about the journey from Bilbo's birthday party to Rivendell. It took me like over 10 hours to cover every detail or a lot of detail there. And you can imagine if that already takes 10 hours, then doing everything in one video is really difficult for me. So I have to leave stuff and information out. So just, you might, when it comes to expectations to the video or whatever, it might be different in many ways. And also, I have to admit, I'm really running out. I'm going to bed. Have a good night. Yo, thank you for joining, Nation Demon. Was an honor to have you here in chat as well. And I wish you a good night, sleep well. Thank you for joining. Also go to bed soon. Just let me finish here my sentences. Yeah, so it will be a bit different. And I'm really running out of energy for this video project. I really want to just complete it, you know. Maybe the end is not perfect, but it was like a 4-year-long journey to come to this point. The script is 150 something pages long. It's a massive project. I worked so much on it. And I just hope to complete it. And then, I don't know, we maybe continue Who's Galadriel or whatever, I don't know. Next episode for film book series or whatever. I don't know what we do after that. Let's hope it does decently well. Like I said, currently my YouTube numbers are not great. Unfortunately. I would wish I could say, yeah, YouTube is running awesome. No, it's not. It's a bit unfortunate, so I hope YouTube recovers a little bit after that. Maybe not. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, today was definitely an interesting day in this regard. We did a lot of stuff. And it was really fun watching the film with you people. I have not updated the credits. I'm just too tired to do anything. So shout outs to every supporter on Patreon and on the Twitch channels with subscriptions, with channel memberships. But yeah, you can also support this channel, or who bought me a coffee on Ko-fi.com or whatever, or put a little tip here and there. It's much appreciated, your support. And yeah, all the other ways. There are so many ways to support me, if you so desire, financially and so on. It's always appreciated, but it's also appreciated if you just press the like button. That doesn't cost much. Actually, just a click would be also appreciated. Recommend me to other Tolkien fans if you find those. Write comments. Always helps. Interaction with the channel. Also does not cost much. Let me know what you think of this. If you have any ideas, wishes, suggestions, let me know of those as well. But I really need to finish this with Elrond series, and we're pretty close doing this. Curious how it will run. Or how it will perform, especially. As always, I enjoyed watching along. Thanks, good night. Yeah, thank you also. Wish you a good night and nice evening. People, have a good one. I also have to manually shout out people I might have missed, which is Matt Coles. Thank you for your support. I think he's not in the list. Still haven't added him. We have also... Well, JTE has gifted to people, to Whitbeard, that he should also be on the list. Unfortunately, I haven't put him there yet. Lizzie also. Lizzie Busy, much appreciated as well. She's also not on the list. I think the others could be all on the list. Well, there might be a few people who are not yet. But yes, I'm losing it. So thank you so much for your support and for your help. I will now end the stream, but I maybe run like a couple of ads through at the end. We haven't done an ad break in quite some time. And then I call it a day, I would say. So thank you people for watching and see you next time. Goodbye. Have a nice Christmas season as well.